am Kasasagi Usagi, and I am here for the first time in a while. Actually doing Final Fantasy XIV plot. It's very exciting. 6.1 has dropped today, so we are going to hop right to it. Very important. I put this in the game. Probably the most important thing that's happened. But let us get to it. There are a couple of things I wanted to do before. Well, there's one thing I wanted to do before we popped into the MSQ for good. Just to give people some time to file in. Thank you. It's everyone that matters in this game. Only one of them is still alive. But let us go. To the wolf stuff. This is actually the first time we're doing plot on Casa, and not, oh my god, this is the busiest I've ever seen it in here. There are so many people here. You look to be spoiling for a fight, newcomer. Not that I blame you. Most everyone the captain sends my way is. You'll do well to vent some of that pent-up rage in a match or three of crystalline conflict. It's the latest, greatest, and most exciting tactical training you'll find this side of the front lines. You may think me biased, even though I'm the one who came up with the rules, but nothing could be further from the truth. We received countless calls to add more strategic elements to our training skirmishes, you see, and I simply put the entirety of my considerable skill towards answering them. Crystalline conflict challenges you to maintain control over an all-important freight, which you must transport safely to the designated location amid the heat of battle. I've even designed special arenas replete with magic mechanisms to keep you on your toes. If that piques your interest, my first recommendation is that you learn the rules in their entirety, lest you be pulverized the moment you step onto the field, but fear not, I am more than happy to discuss them any time. I really don't feel like they would have allowed this in Charlian. Crystalline conflict allows you to take part in a small-scale 5v5 tactical skirmish. It can be accessed by the PvP section in the Duty Finder. I could learn the rules, but I'm not going to. Oh no, all my buttons. Everything's down. Okay. Oh boy, oh boy. I am gonna throw these all on my bar, and we'll deal with them. This is a shield. Fester goes here. No, Fester goes here. Some Bahamut, Side Phoenix. Okay. Maybe... What am I supposed to do with all these extra buttons? Do I have rolls anymore? Nope. Oh, here we go. I do get all of these now. Oh boy. So I always have Fester's Lab. Okay. Oh, this AoE is crazy. It's a donut? This is a donut AoE? When do I get to summon Bahamut? When am I allowed to summon Bahamut? Oh, it's my shield. I'm missing something important in my all-important rotation. Upon action changes to Kingdom Bahamut, Rune 3 changes to Astral Impulse. Yes, but how do these things happen? Oh, there we go. Oh, they're my limit break. Oh my god, I have to place my Bahamut? Okay. They've made him big again. I hope that changes. And then if I fill it up again, it'll become Fiend. I can do Phoenix, so I have 2 limit breaks? Okay. Let's go do some crystalline conflict. This will be just fine. Casual match. Let's go. I'm stuck in the PvP arena. We're just gonna do one, just to see what it's like. I've been very, very excited for it. Crystalline Conflict does give you XP. Oh no, my portrait didn't change. I have a proper portrait. We're all... Oh, we have a sage. Okay. Got him. Got him. Oh, I'm a killing machine! Don't touch me. Oh my god, I'm so like... Yeah, get the fuck out of here. I wanna fuck everybody up. Oh, I've finally been taken down. Okay. We did it! Oh, that was very wild. You just have to be so unbelievably aggressive and fuck up the healers. Oh, I cannot wait to do this so much more. Why didn't my portrait change for PvP? That was actually the most devastating thing, because I have such a cute little portrait. Oh, because I don't actually have anything attached to my summoner. No! There we go. That should actually... Okay. It should be good. Why didn't it move? I'm tempted to do that again because it was just so fun, and it was fairly quick. Oh yeah, I'm gonna close that. I did almost lose every ability on in my possession. So are these new? I can't actually. Wolf marks. Oh, this is the new one. So these are the new... This is for crystalline conflict stuff. So... This would be... my book. Put your clothes on. Crystalline conflict book. It looks like the old, Oh, they've got got special outfits for the classes, so this is the black mage one. Oh, oh, these are Heaven's Ward. Just dyeable versions of their gear. I see. This is actually a very good color palette for the summoner top, and I will actually probably switch it out. I like the silver better than the gold by a lot. This will be red mage. Yeah. Oh, I think this is the Heavens one? Well, maybe not. This will be white mage. Yeah. Scholar. Oh. Astro. Oh, the Astro one's so pretty in blue. It's absolutely gorgeous. Oh, having easily dyeable versions of these. How do they... Oh, it's really pretty. This will be Scholar. That's closer to Alphino's colors. What else we got? What else we got in here? Here, accessible reasons. Oh, the old wolf stuff. Yeah. And then this is how you get extra poses for your cards. I really do want some of those. A new minion. Wolf barding. Probably the old music from... These are how you get the flags. And then the wolf collar. Awarded to feast with victors. Yeah. So how do I get these little coins? Because I definitely won one, but I didn't get anything. Is it only ranked that you get the crystalline stuff? EVP. No. Maybe he has it. He does not have it. Oh, there we go. Oh, okay. Oh, I have to level up, so I have 900 out of 2,000. Gotcha. Let's do another one, and then I swear to God we'll do Plan. I wish I could take you with me, I guess, but we're not allowed. Yeah, it is solo. You cannot party up, which makes sense. That would be if you were a solo queue party versus a team of 5. Yeah, that would be very bad. I really don't want to do a ranked match. But let's go. We'll do one more. Let me see if my card actually happens this time. I'll be sad if they don't put my little card up. I'll have to figure that out on my own time. No, they didn't fix it. I'll have to protect the white mage, because I think that was to our detriment. The other team's detriment last time. Why is it not putting my card up? Alright, now that I have my skills firmly locked in place. Now readying the pit. Oh, I went too deep. I went way too deep. My bad. My bad, Noodle. Oh no! That was my bad. You might not win this one. Seems like early loss is bad. Spawn camping? Did I get feared? Does the Reaper fear? That would be nuts. Whoa. I'm just being taken out. There we go. We're starting to gain some ground. Oh, God. Here we go. Now we've really sort of helped ourselves out here. I know they're all waiting. Did it eat my Phoenix? Probably did, actually. I think the problem is I'm being way more focused this time. That's pretty rough for me. They knows. Should probably fall back. Yeah, we can make up for the lost ground. There's no point in filtering in this. God, the Reaper fear is super bad. Oh, yeah. Gotcha. Understood. Gear. How is it inconsistent? Okay, there you go. Oh, it doesn't want to do the card. Why? I'm having a lot of trouble with these little portraits. Yes. I'm gonna use this as my instant. Yeah, let's just do it that way. I do one more. Then I go. I just want to keep playing. I just want to kill. I wonder if I was relying too heavily on my summons and not enough festers. I actually think that might have been the case. There we go. That's what I like to see. Won't let me put these on. Maybe because my thing is too close. Okay, I will be more mindful about ruins and festers and not... the summon should be situational. My range is bad. We killed any of them? Nope. Okay. Oh boy. Oh, I got pulled in. We are unfortunately filing in one by one. Which doesn't do anybody any good. But they're also not moving it, so... Got the healer. Oh. Yeah, there's not a lot to be done, it seems like. If you're losing, you're just gonna lose. The timers are very long, which means if your team wipes, like if they're staggered wipes, there's not a lot of hope for recovery, unless like a miracle fucking happens. Yeah, like we were so staggered the whole match. And that happens late in League, but these are shorter matches, but yeah. 17 assists, yeah. You should probably wait, but then the arenas are so short that, like, if you wait the 10 seconds for your entire team to come back up. That is how we made progress back with... I'm trying to think of, like, the best strategy to sort of deal with it. You just can't file in. You gotta wait for everybody. Alright, that will take some more fine tweaking. I'm finally gonna go do quests. I can't keep doing this. I want to, but I can't. I cannot. I'm stuck here. They removed my... More John. So many more wolf marks. Where am I? Okay, here we go. Game is quiet. Let's pop that back up. Oh, I think it's actually quiet because it's quiet for... Pop that back up. Yeah, it's a little bit better. Tataro's putting on a pot of tea and looks in need of company. Kasasagi, how lovely to see you. If you're not in too much of a rush, I was about to make a pot of tea. Would you like a cup? Take a seat then. I'll find us something to nibble on as well.
It's so much quieter these days without everyone around. Not that I'm pining for your return, you understand. I have my sources, and I know that each and every one of you is doing well and keeping busy with your endeavors. Meanwhile, I'm left with a surplus of free time and the question of how to make the most of it. What about you? Any plans for the immediate future?
grand new adventure, of course.
Traveling to the edge of existence and back wasn't enough? Well, if that's the case, I might have a suggestion for you. You fought bravely and selflessly, helping those in need and saving our star from unimaginable threats. For your deeds, you've been hailed as the champion of Eorzea and a host of other incredible things. But why not put those titles aside for a while? Acquit yourself as a simple adventurer again, and travel the world in search of wonder.
You're right. Who knows what mysteries are still waiting to be discovered? I think Emmett Silk said that.
Oh, that's the spirit. I can feel from here the blazing fire that just lit in your belly. Now, all you need is a destination. If you're having trouble deciding, just leave it to me. Thavnair. That's where you should go next.
I've been there, Tataru.
I doubt you were able to squeeze in a proper tour of Radzat the last time you were there. What with the burning skies and rampaging monsters and so forth. And I'm sure Vritra would be pleased to see you. Then there's the bounty itself. The Empire's presence in the region was always a deterrent to exploration. So if you've a mind to sail that sea, now's your chance. Just think of all the new experiences you could have.
Oh.
Tell me, have you been to the ruins beneath the waters of the bounty? As the bearer of Azem's crystal, you may consider your duty to see at least that much.
Oh, I know that look. That's an adventurer ready to take on the world. In anticipation of an occasion like this, I was planning to gift you a new set of traveling clothes, but it's still a work in progress. Shouldn't take much longer now though, so sit tight and I'll have the last few bits sewn up before you can finish another cup of tea.
Make sure it has pockets. Tataru's like, of course it's gonna have fucking pockets. Don't you ever ask me for anything ever again.
Stitch in here and trim in there. Knot the threads with love and care. Just a little more to go. I'm sure you're still brimming with excitement. I am one with the needle. See how the fabric surrenders to my whims.
I'm so happy she's found something that she's really, really good at. Because she was struggling very early on.
I'll make sure the lining has plenty of pockets for all your little treasures. I swear adventurers are worse than children when it comes to hoarding every feather and leaf and animal hide they come across.
That may be true.
Oh, we mustn't forget the waterproofing. Gods forbid you forget to disrobe before plunging into the sea, or a river, or a piping hot bath.
Cause us dying, Tataru. Oh. Quite literally 9.
Unless I am returned.
What does that mean? Oh my, that's so ominous. Oh, if patches have like this little intro to them now, that would be very cute. I thought it was weird that this patch started with this quest line started with the patch title. It's usually at the end.
Ah, you're awake.
Her little scrunched up face.
My apologies. I do get a little carried away with my sewing. You seem awfully cheerful. Pleasant dream? Or are
What?
you just looking forward to the next chapter of your grand saga? Either way, I promise to provide you with new apparel, and so I shall. If you'll accompany me to the Diamond Forge, we can put the finishing touches on your outfit. Shall we?
What an opening. I'm so curious to the goings-ons. Mordona. I do normally put on Tataro's traveling clothing, but this is my savage outfit. So I don't actually think I will be putting it on. Especially because I don't think it's going to be that cute. Observe the artistry, observe as the artist refines her piece into a masterpiece. And no napping this time. I only need a moment. You'll see. A little more room in the shoulders. Open up the cuffs. A final adjustment to the hem. I especially think it's going to be pants. And I just don't put my characters in pants if it can be helped. All done. Let's see how it looks on the mannequin. Well, what do you think? Doesn't it just scream ready for a bold new adventure? Yeah, this ain't it, Tataru. I'm so glad you approve. So what do I owe you? Oh, don't be silly. Your approval is payment enough. If you really want to thank me, though, all I ask is that you wear this on your travels. Or at least anywhere lots of adventurers might gather. They'll look at you, a famous hero, and wonder, wherever did she purchase those stylish yet practical garments? And before you know it, hordes of new customers will be climbing over each other to place orders at Taru's boutique. I can hear it now, the merry clink-clink of gil overflowing from my coffers. Sweet music to my ears. Well, it's technically not pants. Oh boy. Oh boy. Hold on, we're gonna pin this. We're never gonna be able to see those earrings. Put your book away, Casa. Oh, kind of actually. Can almost see them. It's just the one it looks like. What's that necklace? No. Yeah, this ain't for me, Chief. Burgeoning merchant empires aside, you must be excited to start a fresh chapter of your life. New places to go, new people to meet. I often wonder how you remember all your experiences and exploits without taking at least a few notes. Oh, maybe you should start doing just that. You never know when some odd past detail might become relevant, or if one day you'll take a blow to the head and forget the better part of the past decade. Something to keep in mind in any case. Oh. Though publicly known as the organization's receptionist, Tataru also serves as the Scion's coinkeeper, a role she executes with enthusiastic cunning that borders on the terrifying. Born to Uldan merchants, the young Tataru had everything a Lalafol could ask for, until her family lost it all to bankruptcy. Plagued by debt, and still smarting from this abrupt introduction to a harsh reality of the Sultanate, she apprenticed herself to a leprety at the age of 12, and henceforth supported the household with her meager earnings. It was during this period that she met Minfilia, a miner come to sell gems and ore, who would later recruit Tataru to oversee the Path of the Twelve's finances. Tataru, in turn, resolved to use her newfound position not only to accrue personal wealth, but also serve others. Indeed, when the Path of the Twelve relocated to the Waking Sands and her role was expanded to include secretarial duties, she used her considerable social acumen to build relationships and increase its influence. As the organization slowly but surely grew into an association of like-minded and gifted souls, she was instrumental in seeking out potential members blessed with the Echo. After the seventh umbral calamity, when the Path of the Twelve merged with the Circle of Knowing to form the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, Tataru continued her tenure as secretary and coinkeeper combined. When the political situation in Ul'dah drove the Scions from their headquarters for a time, she journeyed with Alphino and the Warrior of Light to Ishgard, that they might regroup to rebuild the organization. Later, she accompanied the contingent of Scions to the Far East, where she established ties with the East Alternate Trading Company's Kugane branch in order to fund local anti-imperial resistance efforts, one of her many laudable ventures on the Scions' behalf. Privately, Tataru has long regretted her inability to assist her comrades in martial endeavors, and thus sought to train as an arcanist. Alas, these efforts were met with misfortune, including the escape of her carbuncle companion, and so she has since resolved to provide financial support through trades such as mining and weaving. In so doing, she has become something of a master artisan, going so far as to establish her own boutique in Old Charlian, yet she always manages to find the time to fashion new outfits for her Scion friends when they stand poised upon the threshold of journeys new. Oh my goodness. And this will be probably relevant plots from the... Yes. And then I believe this expands after we finish the patch. The Unending Codex is now available under collection in the duty section of the main menu. New entries for prominent terms and characters will be added to the Codex as you progress through the main scenario quests. Yeah, that bad boy's going to fill up the moment I finish this patch. Tataru has some advice to share with you. The former receptionist and sometimes intelligence gatherer of the Scions, allow me to offer you a word of advice. Do not expect juicy rumors to simply fall into your lap. Adventurers rely on gossip, and the best places to pick up information are taverns and markets. At present, you only have a broad destination in mind. When you arrive in Thafnir, I suggest you explore your options at Medre's Mainhain, and the finest drinking establishment in Razed Han. Charm the employees, and they'll not only point you in the direction of the local telltalers, but also share with you the tricks of loosening their tongues. Thank you for the sippies. Now I really must be getting back to running my boutique. Enjoy the journey, Kasasagi, and may fair fortune find you. Razed I have to do this too. We will do that on stream. Welcome to Miriad's Mayhem. Oh, hello, I did not recognize you at first. Are you here alone? Let me find you a table. Runes beneath the bounty? Would you be thinking of the sunken treasure vault? We have one regular, a historian in fact, who could tell you all about it. Ah, there he is. Professor Jolene. I thought I saw him come in. Although somewhat of a private sort, the professor is quick to befriend those who share his fondness for the Mayhein's unique beverages. Offer him any drink from our selection, and he should happily share everything he knows about the vault you seek, and a few other odd bits besides. Whatever you buy him is on the house, by the way. If Mayard found out I took coin from Thavnir's savior, she would have me scrubbing pots for a week. Everyone with their goddamn frickin' medion birds. It's just not fair. Yes? The following event cannot be skipped, and you may wish to cancel any pending Duty Finder registrations. And what may I do for you, my Eorzean friend? Oh, just a friendly chat. How about a drink? Well, I certainly wouldn't say no to a drink freely offered. Here we are, one of Miriad's finest. Enjoy! Ah, lovely. Bottoms up. Jolene empties the cup in a single pull. That was very kind of you, miss, but I know when I'm being softened up. What is it that you want from me? Oh, chasing down that old tale, are you? It does seem to appeal to the adventurous at heart. Now, where to begin? Might I assume you've heard of Al-Zadal? He was Khan of the Aurai tribe, which sailed to Thavnir from the mainland, and a key figure in the history of Razed Han. His decision to aid the Arkasodra is what ultimately won the war against the Gashdura, thus allowing our predecessors to lay the foundation of this thriving city-state. The truly fascinating stories, however, concern his grandson, Azadal III, who was known for his deeds as satrap at Razed Han's earlier days. Some attest that this man traveled to another world entirely and returned with glittering riches. Others that he brokered an alliance with a certain worm of the first brood. Then there is a tale of the sunken vault, the one you seem most curious about. According to this legend, Alzadal III claimed a small island somewhere in the middle of the bounty. There he built a structure reaching clear to the bottom of the sea, a deep and secret storehouse, and locked all his worldly wealth within. In the centuries since, whenever a natural disaster or hardship befell Rezidhan, folk would remember that tale of hidden treasure. Hardy souls would set out to claim their fortune, but precious few ever made it home. Would you like to hear more? Apologies, I have a slight tickle, and my cup appears empty. Mihail, another round for the professor. Ah, I see we've reached an understanding. You're a sharp one, adventurer. Another for the professor. Oh, today was a splendid day to visit the Mihane. Jeline gulps down his newest drink with gusto. Where were we? Ah, yes. Those who did return from seeking the treasure vault flatly refused to speak of what they saw. Did they discourage others? Nay, quite the opposite. Such accounts only served to feed the legend that the golden lore grew stronger than ever before. That reminds me of something Azima was saying. Azima's fellow connoisseur of spirituous potables. Yes, he is. Anyway, he was saying that one of his acquaintances went after the treasure himself. Hasn't been seen since he set sail, I hear, but he did have a... No, I could say no more. You seem a generous sort. What kind of man would I be to encourage what is clearly a foolhardy quest? If my words sent you to your death, I could never live with myself. I'm no stranger to peril. Is that so? Perhaps it's your turn to tell a tale, then. What manner of dangers have you faced? The very edge of existence. From anyone else, I'd struggle to believe it. But I recognize you now. You're the hero of the final days. A drink. I need another drink to settle my nerves, Mihail. More of the same, if you please. As you wish, but this one is your coin, Professor. Jeline drains yet another cup dry. Anyway, you being who you are, I suppose it wouldn't hurt to share a little more. The fiend of Ejima, he was desperate to buy a treasure map, one which showed the way to the entrance of the vault. Seems he could only get it from some merchant, or what's his name? Ah, I forget. Let's drink to toast to you, my new best friend. Michelle, more drink. Your drink, sir. Ah, marvelous. I'm parched. Jeline gulps down the cup of water. That was water. Did you tell her to bring me water? Still, that's probably for the best. Very kind of you, really. My head will certainly thank you in the morning. I seem to have overindulged. I am put in mind of the words of Master Zalkin. Be wary of how much you drink, you swallow, lest it swallow you. Forgive me. I will subject you to no more of these unseemly antics. If you want to speak with Azima, well, as I said, we share a taste for Mean's fine spirits. He probably came in as we were talking. I wish you fortune in finding your fortune. You appear to have learned all that Jeline has to share regarding the undersea vault. To find out more, you will need to locate a man by the name of Azama. Yes, I am Azama. Who might you be? All true, I'm afraid. My friend took his ship out in search of Azadal's legacy, and I've been watching for his sails ever since. I tried to dissuade him, of course, but he refused to listen. All he could talk about was finding that vault. And that look in his eyes. I knew it wasn't common gold or jewels he lusted after. He was hunting Alazal III's otherworldly hoard, and his ambition would not be denied. I see it in you too, that appetite for the mysterious and the unknown. But I'll not attempt to turn you from your path. I knew too well the futility of that endeavor. So I will tell you what my friend told me, how he convinced a merchant in the bazaar to give him a rough location of the vault's entrance. It seems this merchant, one Zashal, I believe, is selling a map which shows the exact route, but my friend's purse was too light for its exorbitant price. With what meager wealth he had, he instead paid to learn that there are ruins on a small island somewhere in the Bounty, and within those ruins hides the path to the deep vault below. If you truly intend on seeking Azadal's treasure, I suggest you put your affairs in order. I wish things were different, but I do not believe my friend is ever coming home.
Please, Zashal, please! You must let me have that treasure map!
What's all this about?
My mother and father were slaughtered by monsters. My baby sister, still too young to fend for herself. Can you spare us no kindness?
So, you hope to find your fortune? And what?
It's
Do you expect me
Ingrid's
to
voice.
surrender my wares for pity's sake? What have you to offer in payment?
Ingrid.
As I thought. Come back when you've more than rags to your name. This is no mere treasure map. It is a guide to the vaults of Arzadal III, one of the great satraps of Radzat Han, and a direct descendant of Alzadal Khan.
A map to Alzadal's legacy?
So he says. A fake, I'd wager.
This is no fake. The parchment is marked with an arcane glyph of passage. You may find the ruins hidden in the Bounty, but you won't be setting foot inside without this in your possession. A priceless artifact it is, discovered amongst the rubble in the aftermath of the final days, and lovingly restored by yours truly. This map is the key to fabulous riches, and I'll be the king of fools to simply give it away. Be glad I am no such king, boy. Your scrawny-eyed would never return with that treasure alive.
Oh, cruel fate! Why must you tempt me with wealth I am powerless to claim? How I shall envy the one who purchases that precious map! Whatever they pay will be but pittance against the golden hoards they stand to uncover.
I hope Casa is smarter than this. Oh no, Estinian. Estinian isn't though. Estinian. He doesn't know the value of money.
What of you, sir? Fighting man of your stature would surely relish the challenge of recovering Alzadal's lost fortune.
Don't do this to him.
Fortune, you say?
Please don't do this to him. He doesn't know any better. Estinian.
If I had but the strength to seize that treasure, my starving sister would never want for food.
Estinian. Turn away.
I'll take it. Will this cover the price?
Astinian. We're just gonna let this man get robbed again. Why, it's just enough. Yep. You just let that happen.
Well met, my friend.
You just let him pay thousands of dollars for nothing.
Someone is dressed for adventure.
I guess so.
Why Favner of all places? Knowing you, I suspect there's more to your plans than sightseeing and shopping. Ruins beneath the Bounty. Curious. And here I've acquired a map to just such a site.
You sure did, buddy.
With that sale, I do believe I've earned the rest of the day off. Thank you for your patronage, sir, but if you'll excuse me.
You needn't mind us.
And now I've fleeced one of the heroes of the final days. Pray the sisters were looking elsewhere.
This map may or may not be genuine. Either way, we'll need a ship to find out for sure.
I never took you for a treasure hunter.
Lest you misunderstand, I seek the treasure not for myself. If such a fortune truly exists, then it could help ease the struggles of those who lost their loved ones in the final days. I hope to do for Thavnir what you and Alphino did for the Alamegans when you recovered the Mad King's trove.
I was gonna say this parallels that very much.
Come now. You know Alphino needs little encouragement when it comes to recounting the tales of your shared exploits. Speaking of precocious lads, that boy in the bazaar was clearly an accomplice of the merchant.
Oh.
Suppose his role was to draw the attention of the crowd and add weight to the merchant's bold claims. Transparent act for the most part. It was not all mummery. The need to provide for his sister rang true enough. Thus, if some portion of the profits end up in that waif's pockets, then I will consider it money well spent, whether the map leads us to the vault or not. You are coming along, yes?
Naturally. I cannot split the expenses. I have no money to my name. I put it all on a deposit for a house that I may or may not win.
Let's see about securing a vessel.
I'm excited to go on an adventure with Astinian. Astinian has been added to the unending codex. You will recall I spoke of visiting Thavnir at Vitra's request. Well, he finally invited me to a feast, and made his proposal once I was too full of Hamish delights to refuse. He wishes me to train the Radiant Host in lance work. But that is a tale for another time. What we need now is a merchant or a trawler with a ship fit for the open seas. Matsia is a fisherman by trade, yes? We should head to Akiali and see if he can help us. Okay. My friends, what brings you to our humble village? So you need a seaworthy vessel to seek these ruins. Considering it was your deeds which allowed us to return to fishing, I should think everyone would be glad for a chance to repay the favor. But here, and I will have a boat stocked and ready for you in no time at all. Have you noticed our little shadow? He's been following us since we left the city. We see you there, boy. Show yourself. Ah, it is you. Do you know how far out of our way we walked so that you'd not cross paths with some wild beasts? I'm sorry, sir, but aren't you the heroes who saved Thavnir? You are, I know you are. And I've gone and cheated you. I work with Zashel, you see, the map merchant. It's my job to play the pleading orphan and convince the crowd his wares are worth the price he asks. I'm ashamed of what I've done and beg for your forgiveness. If not for you, my sister and I we'd be... Enough. I knew your game and I paid the price willingly. A fortunate purchase, as it turns out, for my friend here was seeking those very ruins. You are kind to overlook the wrong I have done you, but there is more you need to know. The map you bought is very real, as is the island it shows. I overheard Zashel selling the information to another customer. He told that man where he needed to search, about the ruins, about the vault and everything. Then the man sailed out to find his fortune, never to return. You cannot go alone to that place. You should have more friends with you, maybe even a whole army. I do not doubt the ruins hold danger, but I assure you, between the two of us, there is little we cannot overcome. Please, I cannot bear the thought of... We might need a hand in moving the treasure. Assuming we find any. Still, it may prove wise to bring some companions along all the same. Any ideas of whom to approach? The Scions have scattered far and wide since our last gathering. Thancred? Alphino and Alice are doing stuff in Garlemald. Grahati and Kryl are doing stuff in Charlemald. Thancred and Irianje. I don't remember what they're doing, so it's probably not important. Plus, I need a tank and a healer, because we're 2 DPS. Thancred and Irianje, eh? Those two would answer our call, certainly, but they left the Rising Stones with a definite task in mind, and I am loath to interrupt their self-appointed mission. Y'shtola. Y'shtola. Her magics would be a welcome addition to I, but I am loath to interrupt her research. Perhaps we could ask a less prickly companion. Fuck. Alphino and Alize. Little Alphino and his Little Lord Alphino and his sister. Were they not bound for Garlemald? They have far more important matters to attend to than delving for trinkets. I'm so... Fuck. Grahatia and Kryl. Kryl may have our hands full rebuilding the students, but if you reach out to Graha, he would surely leap at the invitation. I fucking hate you, Estinian. Will that set your mind at ease? Yes, if the man is as strong as you. Is he though? Strong, I mean? What is your name, boy? Mehred, sir. Well, Mehred, your life is yours to live as you will, but I suggest you find a more honest trade if you truly wish to keep your sister safe. I'm not proud of what I do, but what choice do I have? We need to eat, and everyone's too busy rebuilding their own lives to bother with two grubby orphans. Wait, boy. I didn't take this roundabout road just to see you end up in some creature's belly. Let me walk you back to the city gates. Thank you, sir. Call me Estinian. Please don't make me go get Grandma. Estinian is ready to escort Merhead to safety. I shall leave you to recruit Graha. He'll appreciate the invitation that much more, I'm sure. As I recall, he was based at the Annex. Someone there ought to be able to point you in the right direction. Let us be off too, Mehred. Do me a favor and don't stray from the path. Christ almighty. Oh, look who it is! Welcome back, Kasasagi! What might the students do for you? Graha? Yes, he's in the main hall with Mistress Kryle. They've been holed up in there for days. By all means, go in and give them an excuse to take a break. I'm excited for Kryle. I do love her.
Urgika, my good man. Would you be so kind as to...
Oh, isn't this a pleasant surprise?
I wish you had sent word ahead. I thought I was having visions for a moment there.
How is the restoration of the students coming along?
Slow and steady. Raha and I have been compiling old records of the students' activities. We located several accounts in the archives of Numenon and added them to the collection we recovered from the Isle of Vow.
And judging by the progress we've made thus far, sorting this pile will keep us occupied for days to come. But what brings you to the Annex, my friend? Surely you haven't come all this way just to watch us shuffle dusty papers around? The treasure vault of Alzadal III.
And you're looking for companions to join you on this expedition.
Is Kryle gonna play the healer? She's not a trust companion.
I would dearly love to accompany you, of course, but I'm afraid I'm committed to another task. On the subject of which I had hoped to ask for your assistance. Then again, it's not so urgent that it can't wait until you've returned.
What is wrong with this cat boy?
You should go, Raha. I'll stay here and mind the shop, as it were.
Are you sure? I'd hate to leave you short-handed.
I'm sure. Just try to be back before too many moons have passed.
Well,
I guess we're off on another adventure already. Have you asked anyone else to come along?
I tried to literally ask everybody else.
Then might I suggest we invite your Stola?
That's too many DPS.
Ever since the Scions disbanded, she's spent most of her time cloistered within the Great Google Library, hoping to piece together a method to traverse the rift. It would seem, however, that whatever wisdom she sought there was not to be found. She arrived in Charlian the other day. We spoke briefly before she began her search of Numenor. Considering what you've told us of Alzadal's extraordinary feats, I do believe your Stola would be more than interested to hear what you have to say. Splendid! Then let us head to the archives at once.
Wait, before you go. I have another potential member to volunteer, if you've room to spare. Urianger.
Yes, I would love for Urianger to come along.
He sent the students a request for materials, you see. Treatises on the architecture of treasure vaults and the like. From what I can gather, the Loperites are looking to make improvements to their own creation and wish to learn more about how we build things down here. So, why not take Urianger with you? Let him study Alzadal's legacy firsthand.
None can deny the benefit of seeing something with your own eyes. If our expedition leader has no objections, I say we extend Urianger an invitation once we've spoken with your Stola.
Probably means Stola will not actually be coming. Because Graha fills any role, Urianger is your healer, and then Estinian's a DPS.
But don't forget, I'd still like your help with that other matter I mentioned.
Although I guess well, somebody does have to be swapped out. If you are the healer. No, that's still... And Urianger can't come. Raha fills tank and then you're missing a DPS. So someone just doesn't get to go.
Right. Then it's off to the library.
I don't remember where the library is. Fastest way is B. I couldn't remember what the goddamn school was called. The library is gonna be fucking packed. Oh, it's surprisingly empty. Unless everyone's cloistered in the back? Yeah. Are you okay there, Yashtola? It's hard to see. I think she's sleeping in a pile of books. So hard to see with everybody. I need to hide. There we go. Yeah, there she's asleep. Poor Yashtola.
I've never known Y'shtola to doze off in the middle of research before.
Close my eyes for one moment.
Ow! How long have you two been here?
I knew she wasn't gonna be happy that we just sat next to her while she slept in the fucking library. She would have felt much more appreciated being woken up. We didn't want to wake you.
Nor did I want to fall asleep.
She's so grumpy.
I must have been studying for 2-3 days straight before exhaustion finally claimed me. As you know, I've been researching ways to travel from the source to one of its reflections. Well, looking for hints at least. I don't expect to find a simple set of instructions tucked away in some dark corner of the library. So I've been skimming through the stacks, hoping to uncover even a partial mention of any similar feats in the past. A means to travel between worlds exists, and you can be sure I will find a way to employ it. So I promised Runar, but 'twould seem I've set myself a nigh impossible task.
You needn't be so hard on yourself. The leap I made with the Crystal Tower was not achieved in an afternoon. It was the culmination of a collective effort spanning generations.
Oh, you think me discouraged? I assure you, 'tis quite the opposite. A daunting challenge and the time to sink my teeth into it. I feel like a fresh-faced student again.
A scholar in her element.
Indeed. Was there something else you wish to ask of me?
Do you want to stop doing what you're doing and come on my adventure?
Alzadal is no minor figure in Harnish history, and much is known about his family. But this is the first I've heard of a descendant surviving a trip to another world. If those tales are true, then he may have left behind some clue as to how it was accomplished. An invitation to delve into one of the world's lingering mysteries. As if I could refuse. And whence do we embark upon this expedition?
Achiali, by ship. But before that, we thought to extend an invitation to Urianger as well. He was in Thalmazane last we heard.
Then by all means, let us recruit him and be on our way.
I don't know where the Urianger is. Thalmazane has to be back in Azadhan. Not it. I don't actually know where Urianger is. Oh, there. Okay. I had no memory of that place or what it was called. look at all the side quests I still have to do here. Embarrassing. Well, this ain't it. No flying allowed with the teeny tiny toy boat. I don't see Thancred anywhere. Was he not supposed to be traveling with Arianjay?
Our illustrious champion. Cloaked in the mantle of the common explorer, fame set aside in thy pursuit of simple adventure. I am told a new expedition is in the offing.
'Tis good to see you well.
And thee. As ever, thou art the picture of strength.
You've been keeping yourself busy, I trust?
True to our plan, Thancred and I embarked upon a pilgrimage of sorts, with an eye for gauging the state of those lands through which we passed. Our travels were interrupted, however, by a request for aid from our befurred lunar allies. As you may recall, the Loporrits have been seeking new purpose for the moon, another role through which it might serve to benefit mankind. The Forum hath been working to advise them in this endeavor, but I return to offer mine own counsel.
And this has what to do with treasure vaults, exactly?
You have learned of my predicament from Mistress Cryle. I know not whence they acquired such knowledge, but the Loporrits now stand convinced that adventurers delight in treasure hunts.
I think this is because of the moon. The treasure maps.
Thus, with their newly built wonderland of riches and mystery...
Yes, the treasure
they
maps.
hope to entice all manner of daring delvers to the moon. So earnest and innocent was their desire to bring joy to the world that I found myself powerless to refuse them my cooperation.
I have not done them, but the Casa's face was like, this is my fault. I have done this.
But what of you, my friends? Why are you come to Labyrinthos? Fascinating. This is indeed a most fortuitous opportunity. I should be honored to accept thine invitation. How long hath it been, I wonder, when last our actions were not impelled by fate or desperation?
Aye. Though I cherish the Scion's accomplishments, 'tis pleasant to not have the weight of the world upon our shoulders for a change.
Counting Istinian, we number 5 now, yes? Without knowing what traps or perils await unwary feet, we may be wise to refrain from recruiting others.
I agree. Between us, we should have the skills to handle whatever situation may arise. Shall we be on our way?
What, no time to spare a word for the grizzled old bard?
All is well, I trust?
A wasted trip, I'm afraid. I'd hoped to catch up with a former mentor while you parleyed with the rabbits, but it seems our paths were not to cross.
How was your pilgrimage?
Having an astrologian beside you on the road is surprisingly convenient. And it doesn't hurt that he's making strides with his light-hearted banter.
They do have MP for days.
In any case, as we made our way around Ilzabard, we saw that much of the continent was in various stages of chaos. A certain amount of disorder is to be expected. The final days are over, and the people no longer have a common threat binding them together. That's the thing with these fledgling troubles, eh? You need to keep an eye out, lest they mature into full-grown headaches. So, for what reason have so many esteemed personages seemed fit to gather? Beneath the waters of the bounty, you say? I see you've already stolen away my traveling partner with the promise of unexplored ruins and scholarly glory.
Nay, 'tis not for mine own indulgence, but rather the fulfillment of my commitment to the Loporrits.
It sounds like such bullshit.
Of course. And if you have a Stinian rounding out your group, you'll likely have all the members you need.
One too many, I would say.
Feeling left out? I could put in a good word for you, if you like.
We may have been released from our obligations, but I'll never be free of that merciless wit of yours, will I? In all seriousness, it is best I sit this one out. Too many former scions consorting with one another might be seen as a cause for concern in certain quarters. I'll return to my usual reconnaissance and scout out the situation in the Far East. Feel free to share if you come across any interesting revelations.
What situation in the Far East? Probably Demacia? Unless I have not been paying attention.
Till we meet again.
Shall we also hasten our departure? Sir Estinian will wonder what hath become of us.
Just imagine the possibilities. In my travels, I spent many a child wandering alone, orphans in all likelihood. In my travels, I spied many a child wandering alone, orphans in all likelihood. Though homes raised by beasts and blasphemies can be rebuilt, the void left by those we have lost cannot so easily be filled. I sent you to recruit Raha, and you return with an entire survey party. I hope Matsia's boat is sturdy enough to carry us all. What he means is, we are grateful for the use of one of your precious fishing vessels. We are more than glad for the chance to provide it. I ask only that you take care to steer clear of the reefs and the shallows there. Aye, we will keep an eye out. Nasty, skill, speed, spell speed. I'll just take the money, thank you. Despite his misgivings, I'd wager Merred remains in that merchant's employ. Y'shtola is intrigued by the legend of Alzadal III. Azadal III. I confess I am somewhat embarrassed that the tale of his journey to another world escaped my notice. Could it be more than simple folklore? And what of the treasure he supposedly brought back? The undersea vault that may hold relics from another reflection. My friends, we should temper our expectations. The math doth promise ruins, but beyond that we know not what we will find. Until we find it, aye. So let us dispense with the conjecture and set sail for the vaults. I know that there were others who wanted to do this with me. I do not know if they are actually about. But we cannot delay too long. I think you two are in a party, aren't you not? So... There we go. Oh, and I've been made party leader. Okay. Nope, not that way. Oh, new dungeons. I think we'll tear through this. But let's see. The all-seeing eye. I have dance partner. I forgot how to completely clean my class in one glorious, terrible moment. does have a Disney cruise sort of vibe. Please let me cast, please let me cast. Damn. Do they know what I'm right on it? Jellyfish. It's gonna do two different things. Probably a donut and a swipe. I don't know what the fuck is happening. Yeah, okay. It's gonna do that again. Oh shit! I shouldn't have gone in with stupid Ifrit. Ooh. I don't have to swift cast that anymore. It's no benefit. Ooh. Oh, these are gonna be different versions of the... Oh no, this is cute. This is a cute little hat. Hold on. I can't figure out how to get into this thing. For Tink? I wanna creep it. Lift the passage detecting armor barriers. Don't need this, but I think it's cute. I'll pass on that. so distracted. I think that's exactly what's happening. Almond chariots. Skip Ifrit and go straight to Phoenix. Numbers. I know I had nowhere to go. I was gonna hit Yak with my fucking AoE. Those wells. Oh, this ain't it cheap. boots are really cute. I have no idea what was going on in that boss fight. There's something about it reflecting... Something about him, like, the entirety of the shield also reflects, I think. Oh, actually, use this, I think. I'd probably have to go into a trust and watch how they dodge it. Oh, didn't mean to do that, but I did do it. What mess with the area? It's been a while since I've been in a dungeon, I think. I'm not doing anything right rotation-wise. Jesus Christ. I went too far. I thought it was gonna stop me. I will simply say no thank you. These look familiar. I can't remember what set they're from. They're really cute though. I like the boots more. The pants were just fine. Oh, I should talk to them. A fitting sentinel. What is this place? Estinian, please talk to me. Estinian. We found all the treasure. The spin mechanic was very good. I have no fucking idea what was going on with that second boss, except I would have to see it again.
What have we here?
Because it has something, I think if you were anywhere in the shield, you were gonna get hit. But then, like, we both had the AoE, and then I was in the line, I think, I was in the line getting hit by the shield. I think we both were, but then, like, we both had AoEs, and if I walked on you, I would have killed us both. So I was like, I guess I'll die. Yeah, it was.
'Tis not unlike a Hunnish alchemical furnace in design.
Well, there is one way we might find out.
I'd have to see that boss again to kind of maneuver a little bit better around whatever the fuck was going on. Probably standing where if the hands have a 2 on them, probably stand there and then move to the old hands. I just saw hands and I was like, better stay out of all of that.
Stop! You mustn't touch it.
Uh-oh?
Vritra! Oh, my apologies. Should I continue calling you Varshan?
You may address me as you wish. My nature is no longer a secret.
I love this small
Still,
child.
This is not a setting I imagined for our union. Surely you've not entered these ruins as common looters.
Well...
deny your accusations, but I fear you're not far from the truth.
Great Vritra, might we beseech thee to explain the nature of this strange contrivance?
It was crafted by our alchemists at my behest, for the purpose of sealing something away.
Sealing what away? I could. I wasn't gonna touch it, but you know you're strong. Sealing what away exactly?
Perhaps I should simply show you.
Yeah, why the secrets, my man? Emmett Silk told me to come down here. He's like, why don't you go check it out? It's actually one big trap to get me sent straight to hell. Oh, it's a void thing.
I have lifted the seal, if only for the moment, by an authority only I possess.
A planar fissure?
No, my friend. Small though it may be, this is a functioning gate into the void.
But why? Can such a tiny portal truly be so dangerous? I came here in search of something that might further my research. I did not anticipate a fully functioning void gate. I expect you have more questions. Even in the learned halls of Charlian, it is forbidden to throw wide the gates to the abyss. The peril is far too great. Void gates and fissures are much the same thing in practice, in a sense that both allow passage between the source and the 13th. The difference in terminology refers to the circumstances of their creation. A fissure is an identical tear in the fabric between worlds, whereas a void gate is the product of deliberate action. I suspect this is the latter, judging by the elaborate mechanism put in place to control it. To think that our search for material riches would lead to this priceless discovery, that swirling emptiness, it puts me in mind of old friends, not to mention old foes. Y'shtola is appraising the Void Gate with a scholarly eye.
I must admit, I am deathly curious to know how a Void Gate came to be hidden in the depths of these ruins.
To tell that tale, we must first peer far to the south, and even further into memory. An age 5 millennia passed when the Algan Empire sent an invading force to the shores of Meracidia. The southern people rallied around the commanding figures of Bahamut and Tiamat and fought fiercely to repel the would-be conquerors. With Bahamut's defeat, however, the tide turned against them. Desperate to seize any advantage, the Mercidians resorted to summoning primal entities. In response, Emperor Zande forged a covenant with the Cloud of Darkness, sovereign among the all-devouring denizens of the Void. Thus bolstered by icons on one side and Void Scent on the other, the two armies clashed in a battle of unspeakable carnage. So much death, so much loss.
I consider myself well versed in that period of history, yet you speak as one who witnessed it happen.
Grahatia.
Indeed, I did. I
Of
heard
course.
Tiamat's roar of defiance and sped toward that war-torn land. Along with my sibling, Ashdaya.
Ashdaya.
We dragons are not male or female as men are wont to classify, but elder sister is the closest a mortal tongue can come to describing what she meant to me. I was the last of our brood to hatch, and Ashdaya cared for me where my sire could not. Thus I was with her when Tiamat roared. I was with her when she journeyed south, and I was with her when she fought against the Void-sent hordes. Yet no matter how many of their vile fiends we cast down, more rose from the abyss to take their place. Faced with an unwinnable war of attrition, Ashdaya risked her all on a final gamble. She plunged through the Void Gate itself to strike at the root of their strength. I tried to follow in her wake, determined to lend what aid I could. But even as I came upon Alag's glittering tower, I saw the rift close behind her. And Ashdaya has been lost to us ever since.
Ashdaya, as always, is silent. I don't know, they spoke of her as if she still existed in the world somewhere, but...
I find I must retract my earlier claim of historical knowledge. Nowhere in the Crystal Tower's archives did I see mention of such noble sacrifice.
That does not surprise me. To Allagan eyes, it must have seemed as if a lone dragon, driven to madness, simply dove through the gate and did not return. For my part, I spent long years searching for the means to reunite with Ashdaya. Until I could search no more. Until Alag was dust, and the arts to open a void gate large enough to accommodate a dragon forever lost.
Yet you have the beginnings of a gate right here, under the control of a harnessed device.
My discovery came before Radzat-Han was founded. Though I scoured the lands for a method to cross the rift, it was beneath the sea that I chanced to find a natural planar fissure. It was, however, far too narrow to admit a worm's bulk. Only after our city rose upon the rock, and I could enlist the aid of our talented alchemists, did matters take a favorable turn. Their dedication was beyond reproach. Tirelessly they worked to expand the fissure, and after decades of toil, it finally grew to a size that a child might pass through.
Not long ago, you told us that you called out to your kin, but Ashdaya's answer was silence. I suspect the conclusion to your tale is not a joyful one.
With hope in my heart, I used the simulacrum to cross the threshold. But no, I did not find her. What I found was a host of void scent clamoring around the opening they had sensed. It was but a moment, but enough. I had no choice but to retreat and allow the portal to contract once more.
The gate was a threat to your people. You had to decide between endangering Razathan and abandoning your sister. And you chose the latter.
'Twas not that thy siblings scorned thy call. 'Twas that she was trapped beyond a barrier through which neither roar nor dragon may pass. Even now, in the desolate world of the 13th.
I can scarce imagine your pain, yet it was wise not to linger in that place. Too long a sojourn, and even a being of your power risks being warped into a creature of the void. You've seen this phenomenon before, when we stepped into the darkness.
I remember when Nero turned purple.
Turned purple? Well, yes. His wounds had allowed the void's corruption to enter his body and twist his ether. Had it been allowed to progress much longer, I presume he would have been fully transformed.
Then there is little hope for Ashdaya.
Ah, no. I hadn't meant to. I speak only of possibilities. The scales of the first brood are extraordinarily resistant to ethereal fluctuations. They are the protective talisman's core components after all, and even the corruption I described would struggle to overcome. Of course. With the warding scale in one's possession, one could conceivably survive a stay in the 13th without being warped by its energies.
Be that as it may, it is too late to rescue my sister. 5,000 years too late. And now countless others look to me for guidance and protection. So when I sensed intruders in the ruins, I came only to ensure that the gate remained closed. That, and to secure the treasure, of course. I wish only to forget the rest.
I was trying to think all while that conversation was happening. If we get a Void Dragon in Final Fantasy at all, and I don't think we do. And I think Final Fantasy V is the only time we really touch upon the Void. So I wonder where this might go. If it goes anywhere, but it probably will. Millennia have passed since I saw her, but I see Ezra in memory still, clear and vivid. Vitra's grief for a lost sibling will be no mystery to Justinian. His hath been a life entwined with sorrow, even before he became host to Nidhogg's essence. I wonder how one of the first brood could simply vanish and leave no trace of her passage. Now I have my answer. So they managed not only to expand the fissure, but also manipulate it as one might a gate. Astonishing. Is there any chance I could learn more of how this feat was accomplished? I will tell you what I can. First, however, I must return to the High Crucible and arrange to replace the guardians you so handily destroyed. It will not do to leave the gate undefended. My apologies. We were perhaps a touch zealous in our rush to uncover the vault's secrets. If the constructs can be repaired, we would be happy to offer our assistance. That will not be necessary. Much as I retain spare vessels for myself, we keep duplicate guardians on hand for such eventualities. In any case, we should return to Razathan. Not allowed. It does feel bad where he's like, were you trying to steal from me? And we're like, kinda. A little bit, maybe. But only a little bit. So Mercidia is probably... I would assume Mercidia is where we intend to go next. Though anything could happen, I suppose. But that seems like the most likely course. Did Emmett tell me to go here so I could look at the Void Gate? It's like, check this shit out. Should be crazy. Busy, busy, busy. Is the fastest way? Oh, there isn't. There is no fast teleport to the High Crucible. I should switch to Scholar in times like these. So I can give myself the expedient buff. Just run. I just have to remember to change back. There's much about this Void Gate I cannot even begin to explain. I must convince Vitra to share everything he knows. Vitra speaks as if Azure is a lost cause, but I wager he feels differently in his heart of hearts. 'Twas a most enjoyable expedition, for which I am grateful. As for mine evaluation, I shall impress upon the Lopritz that a treasure vault is incomplete without daunting sentinels to test the mettle of any would-be intruders. I promise we will discuss the Void Gate further, but I first must attend to the matter of the Vault Sentinels. As your instruments have no doubt informed you, the Capiculu has been reduced to so much scrap. Please bring a new one out of storage and see that it is conveyed to its post along with some few lesser constructs. Was it Tomb Raiders? Fiends born of the Tower of Zot? By the sisters, do not tell me blasphemy yet roams free. Why such guilty faces? Surely it isn't you who are responsible for this. Oh. Well, the details aren't important. I shall see it done immediately. And with that, the vault will soon be secure once more. Now I believe you had questions. Quite a few, in fact, but I'd like to begin with the gate itself. Is it still functional? Yes? Indeed, which is why I saw it sealed with an alchemy forged lock and bordered with my magics. Such power must not fall into the wrong hands. In truth, the primary reason for the vault's construction was to keep the gate hidden from the outside world. So much effort for such a little door. That little door you speak of leads to an abyss teeming with unspeakable horrors. That said, in its current state, it would admit only the lowliest of void scent, and from this side no man would be able to pass through. No man? I should think Elfina would fit, given a firm enough push. Physical size is only one consideration. The true restriction hinges upon the etheric density of the soul in transit. And yet you succeeded in expanding the diminutive portal and sending your Sinacrium to the 13th. Thanks to my brilliant alchemists, I should have destroyed the anomaly when I found it, but instead I bade them devise a means to control it. After much experimentation, they accomplished the impossible. A method was conceived by which my magics could manipulate the fissure and transform it with a serviceable gate. But the process has long been since forgotten. Once I had given up searching for Azuja, there was no need to preserve such historic and dangerous knowledge. Thus the gate lay dormant for years uncounted. Our own passage to the 13th was made relatively simple thanks to the Crystal Tower. An ancient mechanism channeled the tower's vast stores of energy to open a void gate, one bound to a covenant made with the cloud of darkness. Once that sovereign entity was beaten back, however, the covenant was broken, the doorway severed from its connection to the void. Theoretically, it should be possible to reconnect the gate by forging a new pact with another void sent, but such deals usually end in betrayal and death. In any case, we should attempt to gain an understanding of the bounty gate. Mayhap you could resume the search for your sister. As I have already explained, I put those futile hopes to rest centuries ago. My place and my duty is here now. I had meant to ask, what prompted you to search for the vault in the first place? To see if the legends were true. As you have seen, the fabulous wealth from the stories is quite real, if not its rumored origin, but I'm afraid I must assert a prior claim. I've been adding to that trove for years, little by little, but the time has come to spend it, and that I might alleviate my people's suffering. Then we are of one mind. We had no intention of taking it for ourselves. Isn't that right, my friend? Your Excellency, would you object if I were to conduct a closer examination of the gates? I will make no attempt to open it, of course. I owe you and yours a debt that can never be repaid. Whatever boon you ask of me, you shall have it. You are most gracious. I shall take my advantage of your permission. Would that I could join you in thy study, but the Loporrits will be anxious to receive my report. I beg my leave of you. And I must be off to Charlian as well. Mistress Krile was eager to speak with you about that request, so please come back to the annex as soon as you are able. Farewell for now. We can discuss my findings once I return. You'll not be rid of me so easily. Are we wrapping up? It seems too soon to wrap up. You may now undertake the Chronicles of the New Era quest series, Myths of the Realm. Speak with the fresh-faced student in the Podestian Annex to accept the first quest. Alright. I hope you enjoyed the expedition at least, otherwise it was a heavy purse to pay for a treasure map leading to treasures we couldn't keep. The difficult part in all of this will be deciding how best to put these riches to use. Will you lend me your assistance in these deliberations? Thank you, Kazusagi. Kazusagi and I are in this together. I will follow her example. That's a familiar symbol. Like the floor, but I think... Chaos! I recognize those. I just can't remember. Is this really chaos? Chaos or Golbez? Their armor is very similar. I think it's Golbez. It is Golbez! We just played Final Fantasy IV! Golbez had... So Golbez wasn't the final villain of Final Fantasy IV. But Golbez had the 4 elements: Earth, Wind, Fire, Water. He had the Elemental Guardians. And that would line up with Endwalker following Final Fantasy IV themes. And I said it was kind of weird that despite the moon and a whole bunch of other references to 4, we didn't really have, like, some of the main stuff to it. I sensed the breaching of a gate, but it was not instigated from this side. 'Twas thrown open from the other. I too felt it. A rare occurrence, yes, but such tiny portals beneath our notice. There are more pressing matters at hand. An opportunity is upon us, the coming of which we have awaited on nigh for 10,000 years. We dare not let it slip our grasp. That yet we must not underestimate she who bested the cloud of darkness. Even restrained by a covenant, the cloud was no feeble wisp to be dispelled by some flesh and blood mortal. Bah! Let her come! I will drown the world and watch this fleshling grasp her final breath and her final moments. Knight in Black. Your zeal is admirable, but forget not our cause. Think back on our struggles beneath this sunless sky. Remember why we cede not our will to fight. It is Golbez. Holy shit. 'Tis time we set the war in motion and win redemption for our star. How fortuitous that we finished Final Fantasy IV literally last week. Like last Friday. We just finished it. Varshan wishes to discuss the distribution of the treasure. Shall we begin? If we are to spend the treasure wisely, then we must first determine which group would benefit most from a monetary assistance. Some of my denizens may find it intimidating to speak with the satrap directly, so I would ask that you act in my stead. Kasasagi, you are to visit Akyali and Yeldamad. Speak with Matsuya and his people and listen to their grievances. Estinian, I bid you do the same at Palaka Stand. I would be conducting my own inquiries at the Giant Gull grounds. Once you believe you have ascertained the needs of the populace, we can reconvene at Makaduta. Oh, Kasasagi, I was so glad to see you have returned unharmed. You finished with the boat, then? Anything the village desperately needs? Well, I suppose Kazal's loss hit us the hardest. I've been trying to find buyers for my fish, but although I sell a few here and there, it's so much more difficult than it was before. Everyone's still struggling to rebuild their lives. For now, we're just banding together as best we can. Everyone's, I accidentally repeated myself. Greetings and welcome, traveler. If this is your first visit to Thavner, then you must try my special Amra Lassi. Its refreshing zest cannot be beat. What could such a wonderful cost, you wonder? Nah. Wow, I fucked that up. What could such a wonder cost, you wonder? Normally I part with 3 bottles for the generous price of 19,800 gil, but for you I'm willing to go as low as 10,000. You'd be practically stealing from me. Still not turning a profit these days. Times are harsh, my friend. The world may no longer be on fire, but we are still shifting through the ashes, so to speak. Sisters, spare me. We might as well have that ugly tower back for the scant few travelers we see these days. I have barely enough have the coin to buy at local prices, I tell you. If I didn't charge the odd adventurer a small fortune for afternoon tea, I'd be scavenging for scraps in the street. How fares the port? Well, it's in shambles, isn't it? The trade routes are open once more, now that the danger has passed, certainly, but no small number of merchants have had to sell their ships to make ends meet in the short term. Add that to the sailors we lost in the final days, and it's little wonder the flow of exports is no more than a pitiful trickle. If Kazalzal and his consortium were still with us, I'm sure they had found us a way to turn our fortunes around. Now that was a man who got things done, God rest his soul. You have spoken with key local figures and gained an understanding of the populace's hardships. Varshan awaits your report. Magaduta. Twould seem my stint on Vitra's back did not go unnoticed. I couldn't take 2 steps before another Thanavian was thanking profusely for saving their home. Ah, my advisor's return. I've just made it back myself. Why do you retain this vessel now that your true form is known? You could have flown across the island in a fraction of the time. Be that as it may, the sight of a massive creature descending from the sky can be startling to say the least, and there are few places I can enter comfortably without risk of flattening some cart or stall. Fair enough. As for my inquiries, the people of Palakistan were unanimous in their reply. They are surviving. Resources were stretched to the limit when refugees were pouring in, but they persevered with some assistance from Yalmedad. From what I understand, they have always been an independent community, hunters and foragers and the like. I was assured that the jungle provides for their needs, for the most part. Palakistan has weathered the disaster better than most, it seems. I myself heard good news and bad. The quarrymen were cautiously optimistic, having just sold a full wagon of giant skull to a foreign trader. But such visitors are few and far between. Compared to our best years, the weight of stone leaving Thavnir has been light indeed. Our nation is small and isolated, its prosperity dependent on a steady stream of exports. We must identify any obstacles to the flow of trade so that we may begin working to remove them. Tell me, what did you learn in Akyali and Yamadad? I see. Without a dedicated buyer, the average fisherman must struggle to offload his daily catch. Which is why I believe we should first address the lack of ships and shortage of able-bodied sailors in Yalmad. I am reminded of the child I spied as I made my way back to the palace. His father lost at sea when the beast struck his vessel. So many variations of the same tragic tale, repeated over and over. So many lives lost. Enough grief to drown in if we let ourselves be overcome, but we will not. Kasasagi, Estinian, I will consider the perspectives you've brought me and devise a plan to help my people confront this adversity. Come, I would like you to be in attendance when I announce the proposal to my assembled functionaries.
The treasure shall be sold for more convenient currency, thence invested into the trading port of Yedlamar. Our merchants must have their operations restored, their ships rebuilt. Commerce must flow once more. None were spared the tragedy of the final days. Of this I am well aware. But an absence was created by the loss of Karazal's consortium. And by filling it, we provide new means for our fishermen, our artisans, and others to bring their wares to distant markets.
And what of the children who were left without family to care for them?
That is a concern which weigheth heavily upon my mind. The simple gift of coin will soon be exhausted, leaving these young souls adrift on the fringes of our society. Nay, a proper solution is needed, one which doth guarantee their welfare for years to come. Thou hast surely seen how other nations rise to meet this challenge, adventurer. What dost thou deem the wisest course?
The Firmament's orphanage was built as part of a communal restoration effort.
Of course, the revival of trade can contribute to the building of a new institution. Let us put this idea into practice. A contract shall be written, requiring all who receive of Azadal's treasure to commit a portion of their future earnings towards the running of an orphanage. Now, such an influential policy is deserving of a worthy name.
Something with Khazal seems appropriate.
A fitting candidate. Khazal should be remembered not as the blasphemy which terrorized Daphne, but as a hard-working and generous man who brought much wealth to our shores. Do any among you object to this proposition? Many here lost loved ones to the beasts.
In that time of strife, any one of us could have broken. Any one of us may have been taken by despair. When I think of Khazal, I feel no hatred. Only a stinging regret that we could not save him as well. Isn't that right, men?
This bodes well for that boy. Murad, was it? Perhaps he can cut ties with that shady peddler.
Then let it be done. Henceforth, this initiative shall be known as the Khazal Foundation. Nabdeen, thou art to assemble a patrol and ensure that no child in this city liveth in squalor. Clerks, see to the management of our funds and make haste. Our citizens must not suffer a day more than is necessary.
Dragon and man, side by side in pursuit of a brighter morrow. Reminded of Ishgard.
You need to adjust the volume. The voices are too quiet, and the background music is too loud. It's like very loud. Pump that up. Pump that down. There we go. Vitra is warming to his role as Set-Top. Clearly all those years behind the curtain were not spent napping. The veteran Radiant wishes to share his gratitude. Thank you for putting forth Khazahal's name. Those whose lives he enriched will take comfort in seeing his legacy honored. You will forgive me for not speaking sooner, but I bear a message from Archon Y'shtola. She asked that you meet her at the High Crucible at your earliest convenience. Understood? Thank you. Y'shtola must have finished her study of the Void Gate. Shall we hear what she has to say then? I will go with you. I thought the satrap would be too busy setting up the foundation. My clerks have been well-oiled cogs of this administration since before Ahoween assumed the office. They understand what needs to be done, and I am curious to learn what conclusions your Archon has reached concerning the gate's unique construction. As you wish, allow me to lead the way, Your Excellency. I was gonna try and mount up and ride through the city, but that's just not how it works at all. I'm actually gonna take this moment because we have a long haul ahead of us to take a small 5-minute break, and then I will be back. So 1 moment, please. Hello, hello, hello! I needed to order pizza super, super badly. So I will probably have to stop again in about 20 minutes to grab that. But, let us move on. Let me stop the Spotify music. And back to the game. Alright. Let's go. I think we're gonna be in it for a beat. Should move to, I think there's two. What was I told? It's like 4-hour long patch. So we got 2 more hours. So we just spent a lot of time fucking around in Crystal Conflict.
Right, here we all are.
You discovered something new.
I took a closer look at that device. I was able to determine how it keeps the void gate sealed, but not how it might instead be employed to expand the opening. For that, I would need to reference the technique developed by Vritra's alchemists, no records of which appear to have survived the intervening years.
We know this, so why have you sent for us? Have you learned aught of value or not?
Don't be rude to her.
Patience, good sir. One must introduce the subject before launching into specifics. From what we understand, travel between worlds is accomplished by passing through the nebulous rift which exists between them. Picture, if you will, the moment you were called to the first. You touched a focus of some kind to help the Exarch pinpoint your location. His summoning spell then channeled the energies of the Crystal Tower to begin your journey to his world. The magics tore a hole in the walls separating source and shard, and cast you into the intervening nothingness.
I'm trying to... Gaius, Gogetsu, Yatsuyo, Ryanje, Emmerich there. I was looking for Orshafant.
In that place, the laws of nature hold no sway.
He might be this one, then.
Yet even through this realm of temporal and spatial instability, you were borne safely to your destination in the first. The feat that guided you across such an unimaginable distance, both physical and metaphorical, was nothing short of a miracle.
What of the many voids found in the source? Who guides them here, and how?
That's a good question.
An excellent question. Though there are several methods by which the void's denizens might intrude upon our world, the rituals of summoning are the most typical. For example, let us consider the gargoyle, a creature of middling power. To call upon such an entity, the prospective summoner must force open a void gate. The portal lasts but a moment and is relatively small, allowing only an imp or other lesser being to squeeze through with their physical body intact. Our more powerful gargoyle, however, is too large for that. Creating a gate big enough for him would require vast amounts of energy. far beyond the reserves of any one mortal practitioner. Instead, 'tis far more common to bring over only the entity's soul. We had a taste of that ourselves when a certain exarch dragged us to the first.
That makes sense.
And just as our bodies remained in our world, the Void Sense physical form is left behind in the 13th. Once at its destination, the summoned soul is granted a temporary shell to inhabit. In the gargoyle's case, a stone effigy has proven a suitable vessel.
Wait. You said that Voidsent must be called here deliberately by someone in the source, reeled in like a fisherman with his catch.
Exactly. For a being to navigate the chaos of the rift, with or without form, there must needs be a guiding agent on the other side.
When the hordes poured forth from Alag's Great Gate, it was the technologists who drew them through. Though to my knowledge, planar fissures are in essence natural passages between our world and the void, which require no such guidance to traverse. Why is only the boundary between the source and the 13th so fragile? So much so that it often tears open of its own accord.
Because it was almost absorbed.
I believe solving that mystery is key to understanding travel between the source and its reflections.
And how do you intend to get your answers?
No. The danger is too great.
Perhaps. But what some call danger, others think of as adventure.
Were you not listening to my tale? Never mind that the means to expand the gate has been lost to the ages. Even could you force the portal wide enough, you would be greeted by an army of murderous horrors the very instant you step through.
I assure you I was most attentive, and I agree that to go alone would be certain death. But if I were to bring along one who has already braved the 13th and humbled the cloud of darkness, well, I imagine my chances would be much improved.
Count me in. I did that when I was level 50.
I had a feeling you might say that. Once again, I put my life in your ever-reliable hands. That said, as much as I would like to march straight back to the Void Gate, there is the small matter of being unable to open it without the Satrap's personal authority.
As I've said before, I will grant you and yours any boon you choose to name, provided it does not endanger my people.
You have my word that we will take every precaution. Not a single void scent will be allowed to threaten Radzat-Han, assuming we manage to expand the portal in the first place.
You have a plan.
Actually, I had hoped you might help us with that. I presume the alchemists you retained supplied you with some explanation of their methodology.
That they did. House Daymir was overseeing the project.
Daymir. Ah, yes. The family associated with the great work.
I did not fully comprehend the theory, but their research began with a void scent which had slipped through the fissure. After a thorough examination, they created an arcane simulacrum possessed of similar qualities. A man-made void scent, if you will. It was apparently indispensable in their efforts to enlarge the gate.
A man-made void scent?
Yes. Being great admirers of the Archons, House Daymir submitted detailed notes to Charlene's official committee. They expected praise and accolades for their simulacrum, and were thus devastated to be informed that their work had been classified as prohibited material.
If that's true, then those notes might still be stored in a forbidden archive somewhere. Not Google, of course, since that library had yet to be built. Which leaves us with...
With the restricted section of Numaman?
Yes, it may very well hold a copy. In which case, I say we head directly to Charlene.
Unless you anticipate needing help to reach the high shelves. I see myself being of little use. Go on ahead. I still need to find Mirad and tell him about the Kalzal Foundation.
We do need help reaching the high shelves, Justinian.
Let us be on our way as well.
They are resolved to venture into the void. Do I sit idly by?
Yes. You need to be safe, little man. If we're to enter Numeon's restricted archives with a minimum of fuss, then we must secure the permission from the Forum. First, however, we shall need to enlist the cooperation of a member to broach the matter on our behalf. Who do you think might be inclined to assist us? No one springs to mind. What of Scholarog Montague? He did come to Graha's defense during the inquiry, after all. 'Tis settled. Let us head to the phenomenon and see if he's willing to help us once more. Nishtola is now accompanying you. Keep her at your side in order to proceed with the quest objectives. I forgot about this whole mechanic. I wonder if by going this way I am missing out on dialogue. But well. I don't see anything that might have been missed. I apprenticed to Master Matoya at the age of 7 and labored under her tutelage for a full decade. I never had the chance to attend the studium. Neither did Thancred, as I recall. Soon after Master Louis Soir took him in off the streets, he was put in the care of another Archon. His was a rigorous and practical education in the arts of espionage and survival. I sometimes wonder what my life would have been like had I pursued studies here instead. Tea at the last stand after a day of lectures? Oh, that does sound lovely. Afternoons with friends spent sipping tea and debating theories. Still, I wouldn't give up my time with Master Matoya for the world. The dank cave I studied in was about as far from the bright, airy halls of academia as one can get, but it was a wondrous, magical childhood nonetheless. I have not done any of these. It's really shameful. Don't look at it. All that XP is gonna go to waste because I didn't do them. Oh, visitors, and quite esteemed ones at that. What may I do for you? Pray forgive the intrusion, Scholar Ark, but we were hoping you might help us secure permission to enter Nomian's restricted archives. Oh, no furtive forays into the stacks this time, eh? I applaud the newfound sense of propriety, yet in all this wide world of comparative serenity, what so compels you to disturb a vault of forbidden wisdom? Fascinating. I had no idea such a technique existed. I would have been surprised if you had. If my assumption is correct, the research left by the House Demir has lain dormant in Charlian archives for many centuries. And if you unearth this research, what then? Surely you don't intend to cross over into the void. That is, in fact, precisely what we intend. To what end, pray tell? To develop a method of transversing the Vift, for one, that I might keep my word to a distant friend. Sentiment aside, I have journeyed to the end of existence. I have heard, felt, and thought endlessly about the truth of our world and the echo of its future. And yet I want to understand everything, to unravel it all down to its very last secret. What scholarly worthy of the name wouldn't force open a void gate or two if a grand revelation was the promised reward? Marvelous! An audacious proposal worthy of Master Matoya herself. And after hearing the whys and the wherefores, I, for one, do not believe you would use the knowledge for ill. I see no reason not to present your request to the Forum for consideration. Although, your petition would be better received if you had the support of another well-placed acquaintance. Why, Master Fortuno, of course. He can hardly ignore an earnest request from his dear children's most treasured comrades. I was hesitant to approach him directly, but there is no denying that having Master Fortuno on our side would tip the balance in our favor. Very well, we'll pay a visit to the House Levier and plead our case. One last thing before you go. I would consider it a personal favor if you might share with me the discoveries you make in the void. My appetite for knowledge is every bit as insatiable as yours, I'd wager, so if you could see your way to indulging an old man's curiosity. Of course, Scholar Ark, we would be sure to pass on any revelations. There's no way. See, I wouldn't have asked Fortuno at all. That seemed like an answer to go. I know he's not as crungly and bitter as he was, but that's not a man that's just gonna let me walk into the void. Especially if I'm at risk of taking his children, which which I assume I am. I put Allegon silver pieces up for sale on the market board? Why would I do that? I sold them, but I don't know why I would have done that. I must have not been paying attention and just throwing things into the... Why did I do that? And why did I do that? Mistress Kasasagi, Mistress Yastola, how may I be of service? We've come to speak with Master Fortuner. Is he home by any chance? Yes, the master is in residence. I shall inform him that he has guests. Well. Emelise would invite you inside for tea, but I assume this is not a social visit. You have some matter of import to discuss. Then pray proceed. You have my full attention. So, we want to go into the void. Well, I suppose I should praise you for following the proper protocols this time around. Skolak Montague expressed much the same sentiment, I assure you. We'll not attempt to circumvent the forum's authority again, unless it is absolutely necessary, of course. Of course. You do understand that the restricted archives are restricted for good reason, yes? If no pressing needs exist, then why risk the consequences of employing this forbidden knowledge? For a brother who misses his sister. She was his guardian and his friend, a selfless hero who crossed the rift between worlds to save her homeland in horror and suffering. But the brother had given up on thoughts of reunion. He spends his efforts elsewhere, watching over people yet healing from the flames of the final days, loyal to his duty while betraying the longing in his heart. 'Tis no vital mission, perhaps, reuniting these siblings, but it feels a worthy cause to pursue all the same. As one who has feared losing his own loved ones and spent years in research to prevent it, surely you appreciate how painful such a separation must be. Reflections are still very much a mystery to us. Offering to share your experiences in the first should constitute a fair exchange for our cooperation. Do not celebrate just yet. The forum must be convinced. I will add your request to the list of today's deliberations and deliver the decision to you at the Beldessian Annex. I thought I left her behind. I didn't even realize she was still following me. I didn't know she would go with you to teleports. I didn't think they actually did. So what did the forum decide? To put it bluntly, Master Matoya has burned some bridges here in Charlian and salted the earth for good measure. When it became clear that her student was the petitioner in question, well, no few members voiced their discontent. The chamber was reminded, that in no uncertain terms, I might add, of the incredible debt we owe to you and your companions. It was him. That served to silence the grumbles and stiffen a few spines, and it was agreed that allowing you entry to the archives was the least we could do in return. That is wonderful news. Thank you both for speaking on our behalf. Yes, well, as I am sure you are aware, this permission was not extended lightly. Forbidden knowledge is to be treated with the utmost caution, and there will be repercussions if it is not. I wish you well in your endeavor and bid you good day, and do not take my children into the void. Can't believe that wasn't on the table. Please do not take my children into the void. Ever the same, that one. Uncompromising, aye, but that very stoicism is exactly what Charlian needed to guide it through not one, but 2 Exodiuses. And that went rather well, I think. As a child, I dreamed of any number of schemes for getting my hands on those forbidden terms. And now I can simply walk in through the door. Our focus will be finding House Damir's research notes, of course, but the thought of so much knowledge at my disposal has me feeling a little giddy. Montague is waiting to offer you further instructions. You'll be heading directly into the archives from here, I presume? You presume correctly. Then you'll want to speak with the index page when you arrive. It's been instructed to grant you access to the restricted section. Excellent. Once again, we thank you for all your help. Oh, it was my pleasure, believe me. May you find the knowledge you seek. Shall we? Okay. We do have to run to the library, but I am absolutely starving to death, so I need to do a quick be right back while I grab like 2 slices of that delicious pie, and I will be right back. Lots of cutscenes in my future, so I can just chew and and just munch down on these pizzas. To think the set of instructions I laughably imagined may actually exist, but yalms away from where you found me napping. If I had known of Azadal III's exploits sooner, I could well have saved myself days of research. Even a children's book might have pointed me in the right direction. To achieve the impossible, one must needs be flexible of mind and look beyond conventional wisdom. A lesson I had already learned, but clearly not taken to heart. I have to talk to the book, right? Arcania Stola and guest identified. Do you wish to proceed to the restricted archives? Follow me, if you would. Watch your step, and please note that the use of naked flames is discouraged.
House Damia's notes are to be found anywhere, it will be here. Let us begin.
It's like a sped up theme of the Google library. Like a little jazzier. So many books I've yet to read. Yes, yes, we are here for one specific volume. You needn't remind me. I want to read them all. I hope I get to. Today, in a world not my own, I met the most beautiful void-born creature. She was so unlike her ravenous brethren, eyes blazing not with hunger, but trembling like a candle's flame, threatening to flicker out at any moment. I wonder if she is even the proper word. Such distinctions seem inconsequential, insignificant even. All that matters is the love I feel for this exquisite, transcendent being. Though you are tempted to read more, this does not seem to be the volume you are seeking. Mangana, lorded by a succubus. In the year 1564 of the 6th Astral Era, the Almalja summoned Ifrit, their patron god. Accounts describe this being as a gigantic lizard-like being with a potent command of fire-aspected magics. If we consider the primal summoning it in an act fueled by faith and prayer, it is unsurprising, if not expected, that the resulting deiform entity should manifest the appearance and powers that which attributed by its worshippers. What then might emerge from the aether should those believe in the almighty omniscience attempt the same ritual? Would the scholar himself grace us with his presence? Some other embodiment of divine sagacity? Could this man-made god truly be all-knowing? And if it were, whence would such knowledge arise? I myself have many questions concerning the nature of the ancient world. With no spell to transport me back to the days of old, could I instead summon a being possessed of encyclopedic wisdom of every age, yet with no means to verify its pronouncements? How could one be certain they were true? Though your mind spins with the possibilities discussed therein, this does not seem to be the volume you are seeking. The following page detail an advanced method for manipulating rift-spanning apertures as devised by Nuwa Hassan, the 9th patriarch of House Demir. We present these research notes to the facility of Charlian Studium as both a token of our friendship and expression of our boundless admiration. You appear to have located the forbidden volume you seek. Y'shtola will need to make the final confirmation. Have something you'd like to show me, do you? My apologies, I flipped open but a single book and was completely absorbed in its contents. Well done, Kasasagi. I think you may have found our prize.
Yes, the ether signature is unmistakable. I've felt the traces of House Damia's resonance many times at the Great Work. Time to see what all the fuss was about. Among the ranks of the Void Sent, there exist entities with the power to call forth their brethren from beyond. The species known as Atomos, however, is uniquely prodigious in this regard. From its distended maw, it can expel an endless procession of void-born creatures. a talent which sorely tested the Radiant Host in its battles against these abominations. Surmising that the entity itself was acting as a void gate, we endeavored to capture a small specimen and subsequently examine its physiological structure. Our findings revealed that the Atomos had absorbed a planar fissure into its own flesh, which it could expand at will into a functioning gate. Upon further analysis, we identified an ethereal wave pattern emitted during this process. A pattern we were able to emulate by passing crystal-stored ether through a specially designed prism. We proceeded to embed said prism into an arcane simulacrum, thus completing what we have dubbed our artificial Atomos. How could I have been so blind to the possibilities? This species, not to mention its ability to summon void scent, has been discussed among academics for years now. Just before the advent of the 7th Umbral Calamity, we received reports of Atomos sightings from every corner of Eorzea. Surely you've at least heard the tales. And still, House Daemir went and built a mock Atomos of their very own. I'm not surprised the Archons consigned their work to a restricted archive. 'Twas no easy task, but at last we've unearthed the volume we've been searching for. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't tempted to stay longer. See what other forbidden titles might be lurking on these shelves. Ah, but that would be abusing the very special privilege we've been granted now, wouldn't it? Better not.
Of the Golden Leaf is a good title, and I don't know where it's from. As much as I would love to start crafting the Atomos, I'm afraid this is as far outside my field of expertise. Fortunately, we know a Hainish alchemist who would be delighted to involve herself in our House Daemir project. Our business here is concluded for the moment. Please pass on our regards to the Forum. Your message will be conveyed. Should you wish to indulge in more forbidden literature, I will be here. Pardon. Patron mode disabled. Security mode engaged. If anyone can help us, Nidhana can. I say we return to Thavnir and look for her at the great work. We can just take that book out of this library. We can just go back in whenever we want. Seems ill-advised. Oh. Y'shtola tells me you are pursuing a most fascinating study, and that you want me to be a part of it? I have no doubt you will be interested. The research log should speak for itself. Will it now? By the sisters, this is the mark of House Daemir. I never even knew such a work existed. Few should. It was sequestered in Numeron's restricted archives, after all. It was. But that means every word within is forbidden knowledge! A forbidden tomb filled with forbidden research, and you put it right into my unsuspecting hand? I can hardly wait to read it! To think Demir were developing such marvelous techniques so long ago. How many innovations have been lost over the centuries, I wonder? Now that you've glanced over the notes, what say you to helping us build a new mock Atomos? I say yes, 1,000 times yes. Work on a Demir project that had even the redoubtable scholars of Charlian trembling in their sandals. No alchemist of the great work could resist. You are a woman after my own heart. Oh, I suppose I should ask, what do you mean to do with this big-mouth simulacrum once we've built it? So there's a secret void gate, and it's sealed in the ruins at the bottom of the bounty. Today is a day of revelations indeed. If the purpose of our man-made Atomos is to expand this hidden portal, then I will need to see it for myself, I think. Manipulating rift-spanning apertures is not the sort of thing you want to attempt without first taking into account every single factor. Then by all means, accompany us to the vault. I plan to lead us back there shortly, once we've finished gathering the components I require. Charlene's markets provided the raw aquamarine and pure crystals, but I might need help obtaining a small quantity of astrally infused water. For such a liquid, you need go no further than the font of Maya. The ascetics of old once favored the place for their meditations, and the water which pools there now is known to enliven the flow of aether. That sounds perfect. If you would be so kind as to fill a flask of the pool, I will petition Vitra to join us. The idea I have in mind won't amount to much without his authority to command the Void Gate. Shall we be about it then? We meet back here anon. Oh, this fool. Where the baby almost died. I can't, like, look at this place without thinking about all the fucked up stuff that happened here. I'm just kind of floating. It's been so cloudy here every time. No bright sunny Thavnir for us. Do you have that flask for me? Yes, this should suffice. Thank you, Kazasagi. I'll take a spell speed, I guess. Yashola is eager to depart for the vault. Look who I came across. Estinian seemed in need of diversions, and we, in turn, may have need of his lands. Right then, now that our little party is assembled, let us make our way to the ruins. Will we have need of Matsia's boat again? Not this time. Once Y'shtola informed me of our destination, I arranged for a vessel to be made ready at Akali. Your Excellency is ever the gracious host. Shall we? I didn't even realize they were there, or would have talked to. a lad and Estinian, but I did not see them in the crowd of people. My bad. The ship is yours to command. Aw, thanks. We set sail at once. Oh, this is so exciting! Asadol's legacy! To see the truth of a legend with mine own eyes. All aboard for the treasure vault. He laid waste to them ere I could utter a single word. Oh, they killed all the things already. I thought I cleared this place of constructs the last time we came through. 'Twould seem a few stragglers remained. Poor Vitra. He really should have spoken to us with Estinian before we left. I shudder to think what we've cost them in terms of construct materials. He just went thrashed through the place.
The ruins alone were impressive enough, but I never dreamed such a treasure lay hidden in the depths of the bounty. It may have been helpful to know this device existed, Your Excellency.
My apologies. The gate was a secret I shared with none but my closest advisors. I feared for what might happen should those with ill intentions learn of its existence.
What is it you're doing now?
There is something I wish to verify. The NOAA reports claim that a short stint into the void carries little risk of etheric imbalance. Should one suffer an injury, however, or if one's expedition drags on longer than intended, that risk becomes significantly greater. Graha theorized that a warding scale would confer protection from the void's corrupting influence. But I would prefer to test that hypothesis before we set foot in the 13th ourselves.
So, this is an experiment of sorts?
Yes, an experiment. Tell me, how would you go about testing the efficacy of the warding scale?
Look at his chin. Might as well go myself.
And how would you do that? The gate is still too small for any of us to pass through.
I'll just squeeze through.
Estinian is correct, which is why I've elected to send a familiar in our stead. Now, a lowly imp can navigate a fissure, no matter how narrow. Which means an arcane entity of similar stature should be able to manage the same. I hadn't wanted it to come to this, but no other familiars will do, I'm afraid.
I mislike the sound of that. What manner of fiend does she mean to summon?
It's gonna be a frog or a broomstick.
From ocean rise and cloudbank form, from mountain spring and rainfall storm, from river flow and life be born. Water, froth, and fire!
Ready your arms. I fear she's been possessed.
Oh, come now. That was adorable.
Though not my first choice. These familiars I conceived of as a child have the best chance of fitting through the gate. I only wish my younger self had considered a more dignified ending to the creation ritual. In any case, these two should serve as well. This one will bear a warding scale.
Select which one you want to have live.
And when they return from the 13th, we can observe how the talisman, or absence thereof, has affected the progress of the Void's corruption. If I could impose upon you to open the gate. Your Excellency?
Ah, yes, of course.
This man has no idea what the fuck is going on. He's
We should also be wary of void scent slipping through while we conduct our experiment. Estinian, you are to keep Nidana safe from harm.
As you say.
You had best be on your guard as well.
I always am. I'm not gonna bully you, Stola. That's a bad idea.
Let us begin, shall we? Nixies, into the void.
I can't wait to see what horrible abominations they become. Sister, save me. I will never see Y'shtola the same way again. Froth and foam indeed. Every time I come here, it reminds me of the dark portal above the Crystal Tower, and the final lash of Azriza's tail as she plunged into the void. I struggle to picture Y'shtola as a little girl. Easier to believe she sprang fully formed from one of Master Matoya's cauldrons. We need to wait for a time to ensure a meaningful result. Be patient and keep watch for any intruders. I probably should have summoned Garuda. I can't imagine we're not going to fight something. She's so excited.
I think we've waited long enough. Nixies, return to my side. Thank you, little one. You did well.
essence has been irrevocably warped.
We're out of time. I must reseal the void gate.
They're coming through!
In the name of Alzadal III, I bar this door unto the void.
Well, that was a sharp lesson in the dangers of void gates.
And what of our experiment? I'd say the results speak for themselves.
The unprotected Nixie has suffered extensive etheric corruption. As Nidana observed, it's well on its way to becoming a void scent. The one merged with the talisman, however, appears unaffected. I sense no changes to its equilibrium. Rest now, little ones.
Graha's theory was correct, then.
So it would seem. But while our second familiar was untouched by void energies, the talisman itself shows signs of degradation. It was, of course, originally designed to shield the soul from primal tempering. It stands to reason that etheric corruption of a different sort would affect it differently. We may need to modify the warding scale's design to account for the 13th's uniquely unstable ether.
You've said much of the Void's instability, but my imagination fails me. What manner of place is this broken world?
My apologies. I forget that not all of us spend our days sequestered in dusty archives.
Way not to go to college.
The 13th is a reflection of the source that was drowned in a flood of darkness. In Emmett Selk's own words, this tragedy was a result of the Ascians' attempts to force a rejoining. They erred in their haste, and made of that world a useless void. You remember Una Kalhai, the unusual child we met during our troubles with the Warring Triad. He explained the fate of the 13th thus.
If you haven't done this content, does this just not get said? I actually didn't think he would ever become part of the main story stuff because of how entrenched inside content he is. So not even being part of the Warring Triad aside, he is further hidden away by... Oh, we saw it on stream when I did it with, We didn't see it on stream, actually. Because I didn't do it on Akali. Shit, I forgot we never did that on Akali. So, I completely forgot. If you get all the role quests done in Shadowbringers, which we didn't do on Akali, there is a secondary quest which did we see the one where we did see the one where where what's her name took us around and told us that she was the dark Dark Leader. Why didn't I do that second quest? Oh, because I hadn't done the Warring Triad on Akali. No, I had. Oh, I hadn't done the EXs. That's what it was. I hadn't done the Heaven's Word EXs on Akali. But, so, you go back and you get him, and you take him to the first. You put him in your pocket with the Graha blood crystal, and you take him to the first, and then he actually lives there now with the other young boy, and they are going to work together to figure out how to solve the problems on the 13th, because that's the home of him, and it's the home of the one Warrior of Darkness girl, whose name I, for whatever reason, can't remember. That is what we didn't actually end up seeing. I completely forgot that we hadn't seen it. Whoopsie daisies. But it has been done on Casa, so we might talk about it. Maybe.
The champions of that ill-fated world use the stone known as Auracite to contain the power of primals. But those self-same heroes were gradually corrupted by the Auracite's bleeding energies, transforming into fiends with an endless hunger for ether. By the time anyone thought to oppose them, Light's strength had grown too feeble, and the balance of the 13th tipped into eternal darkness. It was Elidibus, as I recall, who rescued Unakalhai's spirit from his final battlefield. But I wonder if there were others whom the emissary saved from oblivion.
He did. He has saved at least one other. Yep. Okay, so. Arbert's companion, the elven swordswoman.
Silva, the adventurer who traveled with the Warriors of Light. And you say she was another of Elidibus's pawns? I see. So Ciela, or rather Silva, was beguiled by the same dreams of heroism as Unakalhai.
Unakalhai.
And what of your own experience? Will you tell us of what you observed during Noah's expedition?
Unakalhai. His name has never actually been uttered out loud, I think. Unakalhai.
I can picture it now. The sunless, Stygian expanse, infested with legions of ether-starved monstrosities. A void in every sense of the word.
What you have described in such lurid detail is exactly why I hesitate to encourage you.
Worry not, great Vritra. Our journey into the 13th is but the first leg of a longer voyage. A voyage that shall lead us to other reflections, to new mysteries and discoveries. And I mean to be there every step of the way.
Y'shtola's
first, I must
flags
focus on
be
refining
flying.
the warding talisman.
If she was anyone other than Y'shtola, I'd be very concerned. The constant talk of meeting the promises of a friend and being there every step of the way. It's so... It's not good, but she is Y'shtola, and I don't think they'll ever actually kill her.
Then I can begin work on constructing an artificial Atomos. Or I could if I had the relevant manuals to hand. Might I be so bold as to request access to the Satrap's family archives? Your Excellency?
Oh, yes. That can be arranged. I will speak to my officials upon our return.
We will see you back in the city then.
Seeing the Void's terrors firsthand was an experience, but I doubt fear of such creature is at the root of Vitra's hesitation. Y'shtola ponders the next stage of your preparations to enter the Void. We're not gonna go in the Void today, are we? That would be a long. Once Nidia succeeds in replicating the Mach Atomos, this door into the 13th will be ours to open. Will you be crossing the threshold alongside us? I realize this is more my endeavor than yours. To be honest, I have no interest in visiting the Void myself. Might we discuss this later? There's something I must do first. But Estinian is such a great hiding place from Emmerich. Why does everyone insist on being so secretive? I at least had good reason for not wanting to explain my Nixie ritual. Shall we proceed with our preparations, then? As we saw, the warding scale can be effective at protecting the bearer from other sources of etheric corruption. Nevertheless, the talisman's durability will need to be improved if it is to withstand the Void's influence for a prolonged length of time. And I think this is a problem we can address without involving the brilliant but busy alchemists who created it. What do we know? Who do we know that excels in this kind of structural augmentation? Garland Ironworks. An excellent suggestion. As I recall, Sid himself is no stranger to the Void and its volatile energies. With his experienced hand at the helm, I have every confidence that the Ironworks can strengthen the warding scale. Come, let us visit their operation at Ralgar's Reach and commission their best and brightest. Oh shit, they just took me here. Hell yeah. Kasasagi, what brings you to the Ironworks? We have commissioned for you and your president, actually, assuming he's We have a commission for you and your president, actually, assuming he's available. Master Sid? Certainly, I'll see if he has a free moment. A pleasure as always. I hear you have a job for us. Heading into the Void to find a lost dragon? That sounds almost pedestrian compared to your last adventure. Honestly, I don't know if you could say anything that would surprise me after Medion and that bloody mess. Alright, let's take a look at this talisman of yours. You said there were signs of degradation. It seems some manner of corrosion has set in around the scratch on its surface, much as the Void's corruption seeped into Nero through his wounds, in which case our best bet is to simply prevent the scale from being damaged in the first place. And how might we achieve that? We have a coding agent for strengthening trinkets and the like, but I'd be wary of applying any compound which might upset the scale's delicate alchemical balance. Far safer to dress it in armor. We'll construct a protective casing, one utilizing metal alloys with high etherical conductivity, so as not to impede the talisman's primary function. A suit of armor, as you said. Nero has compiled the data on the 13th, so I'll have him pitch in with a design just to be sure. That's very sweet of you, Sin. If only it weren't such an ordeal to convince him to follow our safety protocols. I swear, I've never had such a reckless employee. In any case, we may need some time to untangle the particulars. Understandable. We know how busy your schedule is, and the final result will doubtless be worth the wait. The hard part will be ducking Jessie and her constant barrage of demands while we sneak about doing the fun stuff. We'll see what we can do. I think we can leave the rest in Cid's capable hands. Let's return to the great work and see how Nidhana is getting along with the mock Optimus. Back to the great work? Okay. And you're not going to take me back there? And thank you for the sippy. I hope Nidhana has good news for us.
Ah, hey, Stola. The adjustments are going well, I hope?
'Tis a lengthy process, but the end is in sight, yes.
That's wonderful news. I myself had some good fortune searching through the Satrap's private records. What I found was a transaction log dated around the same period as when Alzadal's legacy was built. It included a purchase list of highly exclusive alchemical components, and I knew I'd discovered the key to making the artificial Atomos. I then visited the High Crucible to commission the materials. After I'd explained my requirements, I was beset by volunteers insisting I allow them to help with the entire project.
The usual reaction to someone forcing open a void gate is to run for the hills. Harnish academics certainly are a different breed.
The alchemists of old were cut from a similar cloth. The unknown held no fear for them. Indeed, they were ever eager to seek new knowledge, regardless of the danger.
And were you not also fearless, heedless even, in your determination?
My sire entered his dormancy before I was hatched. And so it was Ashdaya who kept my eggs safe and warm. It created a bond between us. Even long after I learned to fend for myself, I rarely strayed from her side. She was my guardian, my sister, my dear companion. And not a single day passes that I do not mourn her absence. No matter how deep the darkness, I would not surrender my search. I promised myself the time would come when we would once more take to the skies together. But I am satrap now.
The Radiant Host is here to serve, Your Excellency.
Nabdeen, what is this about?
Celestinian told us of your predicament. For centuries you have protected Rads at Han, never showing your true self, hiding behind a curtain and living only in service to the people. Your dedication meant more to us than your deceit, and so did we accept you as our rightful ruler. After all that you have sacrificed for this nation, did you imagine we would begrudge you your heart's desire? We survived the final days. We are a strong and proud people. We, The Radiant Host will keep Thavnair safe in your absence.
I am grateful for your loyalty and for your encouragement. And yet...
Now you listen to me, Varshan!
Oh.
You are wearing that face, after all. As I have told you before, you are a little brother to us all. And if you are family, then so too is your sister. We are there for you if you need us. But do not ask us to sit by and watch while you abandon a sibling you have ached to rescue for millennia.
We will succeed in opening the way. It is only a matter of time. All you need do is prepare to step through to the other side.
Your Excellency, I wanted to thank you for building the orphanage. It means so much that my sister and I will have a place to be together, safe and happy. And I hope that you and your sister can be together again, too.
To protect them well, you must take heart.
Take heart and protect them well. Such were the words I once said to you. And here I stand, failing to live up to them. If my heart is torn, I am fit to protect neither Ajdaya nor Radzatan. My people, I have come to a decision. Vashan will depart Thavnair for a time. My dragon self will remain in the palace, but only to conduct the satrap's most essential duties. While I am focused on controlling this vessel, there may be matters that escape my attention. I rely on you, my trusted friends, to watch over one another until I return.
Take care and fair fortune, little brother. Many tears would be shed should you come to harm.
I would not dare make you cry.
I love little Vashon. I know he's also featured. He's just so cute as the little guy. He's just a little guy. We'll have that Atomos built before you know it. When a project like this comes along, we give it our full, undivided attention. Sleep? Huh, who needs it? Oh, that reminds me. I should really finish that other project I was working on for His Excellency. I will not squander this chance you have given me. I will find Hajja. Convincing others to follow their hearts is not my forte. I would have gladly let our more philosophical comrades take the lead, had they been here. You surprise me, Estinian. For a lone wolf, you've shown an unusual degree of, shall we say, involvement in helping Vitra reach this conclusion. 'Twas for the greater good, the worm's thundering sighs were keeping his citizens awake at night, and had travelers believing this place racked by some unnatural storm. What of your own answer, then? You seem disinclined to venture into the void. When I was one with Nidhogg, his vengeful thoughts were my thoughts, his endless rage my rage. And the soul-chilling grief he nursed for Ratasok's death. I'm trying to get them all in here. I would not wish such agony upon a foe, let alone a friend and ally. If there is a chance we can spare Vitra that pain, then I will follow you. Just the four of us? With things as they are, I'd rather not bother our comrades with aught less than a dire threat to the star. It will make for an interesting journey besides, traveling in a smaller party for a change. Crowds can be a bit draining, don't you think? Now on to specifics. Unlike the first, where the flood of light was halted before its devastation was complete, the 13th has been utterly subsumed by darkness. My plan as such is to explore the void in stages, withdrawing to safety after each brief foray. It would be more convenient had we some manner of base camp nearer to the gate itself. One of the palace chambers should serve. Come, let us reconvene outside Megaduta. Interesting. I may have believed this might have been like our trial and stuff. The 3 trials we end up doing. Because they're talking about doing it in stages. I wonder if this will remain the main plot. Or if it's setting up for a branching path, as they sometimes do. I'm lost. Because I really thought we were going to deal with political matters in Garlemald for some of our patches. But maybe not. Conducting our expedition out of the Rising Stones would raise just as many questions as recruiting too many scions. At least here at Razad Han, we might be expected to appear round-weary from our local explorations. I was put up in a guest room in this place while I awaited my audience with Vitra. I expect we'll be given the use of something similar. And so we will acquire suitable accommodations. Might we make something available for our guests? All the chambers are presently hosting the great mounds of treasure we carried out of the vault. Once the Foundation's activities begin in earnest, however, we can redistribute the trove and make a room or two ready for habitation. Good. Please inform me when you've completed the arrangements. As you heard, we will have you settled in Megaduta in due time. As ever, you are most gracious, Your Excellency. You risk yourselves to aid me in my search for Azjasa. Providing comfortable quarters is the least I can do. I only wish we knew more about our destination. The gods only know how much longer our explorations might possibly take, or what our chances of success might possibly be. Succeed or fail, I am grateful to you for convincing me to make the attempt. On that note, I will return to the great work and lend what help I can to Nadhana. If you have preparations to make ere we venture into the 13th, now is the time. We're doing this today? Not 4 months from now? In a different patch? All I need is my armor and my lance. Perhaps I'll train with the radiant host to pass the time before we depart. Thank you for putting beans back in the bean economy. You know what this means to me, Kasasaki, but my purpose need not consume you as well. We are headed to another world. Find what joy you can in the experience, for you are a traveler, an adventurer at heart. This I know. There's no way we do this today. That would be crazy. Oh no, Kasas. She's frozen. Let me fix her really quick. There she goes. All better. Let me see. I need probably crit. Thank you. Are we just gonna straight up get Cecil in this game? No, this is a Reaper. Oh no. Okay. I was like, oh my god, it's Xenos. I was so devastated. Wait. Okay, we're still good.
And thus I am returned.
Oh, fuck. This man is a cockroach.
Bereft of saviors.
Yeah, I think so. This man is a literal cockroach. I'm so tired of him. Let paths unwalked, adventures spur, pulses quicken, and spirits stir. Okay, I was like, there's no way we actually go to the fucking void in 4 months, like, immediately. That's 4 months from now. Okay. Okay. That sure is the thing. Why do I have this? Where did you come from? Did the game just give me this? I must have got this from PvP. It just fell into my pocket. Okay, we're not quite done yet. I'm trapped. What does Xeno's Reaper thing look like? We can actually figure this out right now. Xeno's Reaper. Spirit. Actually, I can't find a good picture of it. I don't want to dig too deep in the middle of stream, but I'm pretty sure. Okay, we have to do our continued role quest, which I do think actually takes us to Garland. The glint of Shirabrat's eye suggests she was hoping you might pass through. Well, if it isn't Kasasagi, all-around good egg and champion of, well, the whole world, I suppose. Word travels fast, my friend. We've heard all about your exploits defeating the blasphemies that plague the good people of Eorzea and Doma. Sadly, there are other fell beasts that yet want for slaying, but fear not. Our efforts to bring them low proceed apace, and we've had naught but glad tidings from our allies. In fact, we but recently received word from the resistance forces in Bosia that a blasphemy was slain thanks in no small part to Lord Hind's timely assistance. Perhaps the most surprising report came from Werlet, where soldiers led by the infamous Black Wolf fought alongside Alamegan troops for yet another hard-earned victory. I can't get back into how much I hate that, but let's go. Reports from Garlemald, however, suggest another blasphemy threat lurks in the snows, and we received a petition for assistance. Strange, don't you think? When the effects of the final days began to spread in earnest, we encountered a great many monsters in Garlemald, but never a blasphemy. And to make matters worse, they say Garleans who chose to remain and rebuild have begun transforming into yet more hideous creatures. From what I understand, it was you and your comrades who brought an end to the source of the final days, is that right? Even so, it would appear the effects will linger in a while longer. Until this malevolent influence on Akasa subsides, I dare say this won't be the last we hear of such sightings. As for the blasphemy, we would have reason to believe that it is a great deal stronger than any we've faced thus far. Your strength and experience would prove quite valuable, if you are willing to help, of course. Why, of course I'll help. Truly, our contacts in Charlene will be thrilled to hear it. Though they did not explicitly request your presence, it was clear from the first they were hoping for it. Though if I may be frank, I was not expecting Charlene of all places to be so concerned with the present state of Garlemald, what with their strict policies of non-intervention. Perhaps we'll find out the reason before this is all over. But that's an inquiry for another time. I'll not keep you any longer. Once you arrive in Garlemald, I should think the intelligent officer stationed there will be more than happy to appraise you of the situation. I don't remember how to get to Garlemald. These teleport fees are killing me. I'm so poor. Kasasagi. The Kasasagi? It's an honor to have you with us, miss. I presume you're here to assist in our hunt for the blasphemy? Maxima and Lucia will be pleased to hear it, if you would come this way. Oh. It is good to see you, Kasasagi, though I wish it were under more fortuitous circumstances. We were reluctant to call upon you, knowing you but recently returned from the far reaches of the heavens, but we are no less glad for your aid. Now then, I believe it is best if the man who discovered this blasphemy explain the situation. Do I get to see the boy? Oh, fuck. Why are you... Kasasagi, good. We may forego introductions then. Thank you for answering our call for assistance. As for the situation at hand, it concerns a joint effort between the Forum and the Loporits to find purpose for the moon. While there is no longer need for a vessel to evacuate the star, we believe the moon may yet prove of use to the people of Atheris. After much contemplation, a rather ingenious proposal was put forward to transform the moon into a repository for man's knowledge, an archive hitherto of a hitherto unseen scale. Charlene has long had the honor of boasting incomparable repositories of the world's knowledge, but it is far from perfect. Should calamity befall us, natural or otherwise, the wisdom of ages we have long labored to preserve would be lost. But the moon is beyond any such risk. What's more, it is beyond the jurisdiction of any one nation. Thus did we consult the allied nations of Eorzea, the Far East, and Razat-Han, and they agreed to assembling a survey team to take measure of the moon and its potential as a repository. We're gonna stuff that moon full of books. Our plans for assessment were forestalled, however, by the presence of an entity we believe to be a blasphemy in the Tower of Babel. Claims of Garlean citizens transforming into monsters shortly after its discovery only gave further credence to our initial supposition. But we've not only ill tidings to share. Reinforcements have been dispatched to aid us in quelling the blasphemy threat. Lord Artorial and a member of Gridania's Keepers of the Entwined Serpents have already begun an investigation into the catalyst of these transformations. Though the skies no longer burn, and the spread of this affliction is much curtailed, we must remain vigilant. Until the blasphemy threat has been quelled, Elfino and Alize have graciously offered to help keep calm the people of Tertium, while we attend to the people here. But the matter of the blasphemy is not so easily resolved, I'm afraid. We recently met with certain complications that have hindered our plans. Yaguri and Fordola are presently deliberating about how best to resolve the situation. Perhaps it would be best if you heard the details directly from them. I should like to join you, if I may. As this endeavor was originally undertaken on Charlian's behalf, I feel it is my responsibility to see it through to its conclusion. I really want to meet Emmett Solus Solskjaer was his second son and I guess technically other grandson. They've said Nova and Titus, they've said their names so much. I just want to meet them. Please. Huh, somehow I know you'd have shown up eventually. I did not expect to see you here of all places, but I am no less glad for your presence. I presume word of the blasphemy is what brought you here, in which case I believe it may be best if a member of the reconnaissance team's guard explain the situation. An acquaintance of yours? Aren't you the captain of the company of heroes? Oh, me? Heavens, no. Just a lowly sword, hoping for to fatten my purse with a touch of mercenary work after taking my leave of Limsa. I reckon you'd sooner find Miss Beard's treasure than the company of heroes' captain, and neither have reason to make themselves known, lass. But you didn't come all this way to hear about me, did you? The blasphemy we're after is making its nest in the upper reaches of the Tower of Babel. The auxiliary sector, I believe it was. But it wasn't alone. A sizable horde of beasts was circling about like knights protecting their queen. Naturally, we thought to strike from a distance before engaging in earnest, but not a single bullet reached its mark. They were protected by some manner of mystical shroud, as far as I could figure. Without a keen eye for magic, I don't see anyone getting through. By the time we understood the futility of the situation, we'd been spotted. Retreat was our only option. Pains me to say it, but there won't be any brute force on our way through this one. My understanding was that, once transformed, these blasphemies are completely devoid of aether. With what energies could it create such a barrier? That's the question, isn't it? My first thought was some heretofore unknown technique for conjuring shields. Needless to say, I was out of my depth when it comes to matters of magic, which is precisely why I plan to speak with the Elder Seatseer when she arrives. If anyone can hope to find a way to overcome the blasphemy's protection, it's her. In the meantime, could we trouble you to help with some of the not-so-small matter of people changing into beasts? Blasphemy's horde was large enough when we first found it. We can't afford any more joining its ranks. Very well. We shall reconvene with Lord Artorial to discuss strategy. Before you go, there's something else you should know about the tower. From the moment we set foot inside, I could swear there was someone or something watching us. I shrugged it off, thinking it a figment of my imagination, but in hindsight I'm not so sure. Nothing to worry ourselves about, but best to keep on your guard when we do finally return to the tower, eh? I should talk to everybody. Gods, what I wouldn't give for a nice hot bowl of soup. Lord Hien will be arriving ere long, aptly dressed for the cold, I would hope. Gogetsu will no doubt count himself fortunate to be absent if he knew we were here. Arnvald sends his regards, by the way. He asked me to tell you not to push yourself, but we all know what a waste of breath that'll prove to be. This man that still doesn't have a name. I'm so sorry, dude. I wish they would give you a name. Under normal circumstances, I would never dream of leaving the Elder Seedseer's side, but considering the nature of these blasphemies and the calamity they bring, she insisted a representative for Gridania precede her arrival. It would appear their investigation... Hello, Stat! It would appear their investigation into the recent reports of refugees transforming is well underway. Kasasagi, it is good to have you with us, my friend. Indeed, the road before us is not an easy one, and a woman of your talents will prove invaluable to our efforts. We but recently returned from reconnaissance, wherein we made a few rather surprising discoveries. First and foremost, we were pleased to discover that no one residing within Camp Broken Glass or Tutorium have turned, no doubt thanks to the concerted efforts of Maxima, Elfino, and Alize. However, we have reason to believe that those who did turn all hail from Locus Ammonius. You mean Corvos, the Garlean's ancestral home. The very same. When the ill effects of the final days began to manifest there, a great number of Garlean refugees from the region sought sanctuary in Garlemald. But the capital was already in ruins when they arrived. They were offered asylum, but many refused and instead chose to fend for themselves on the outskirts of the city. We are of a mind to go and speak to them directly if you would care to join. Perhaps together we can learn what of their recent circumstances has triggered such terrible change among their people. Artorial is eager to begin his inquiry. Time being of the essence, I believe it prudent we split into groups and cover as much ground as we may as quickly as possible. If you and Master Fortuno would inquire after the people of Victor's spoils, the two of us shall see what we may learn from Liminal Station 4. When you have finished, pray meet us there. Victor's spoils is to the east of here, yes? Let us be off. I'm very curious, but I'm very nervous too about what they're going to make this reveal be. I hope it's just a dude. And they don't shatter my dreams right before my eyes. That they should choose to reside here in the cold, I can but presume they will not be amenable to conversation. Even so, we must not be deterred. Come. Talk? What is there to talk about? We've no home, no future, nothing. This doom spells the end for us all. Come to hear our grievances, have you? We've more than you have time to hear, I'm sure. We've lost not one, but two homes. Our loved ones, our livelihood, there's nothing left. I served my time with the military, aye. For what? To lose all my friends, my son, and there was naught to show for it but our damn claim to Locus Ammonius. Or so we thought. Calamity has visited upon us for reasons we know not, and when we thought to flee, it followed on our heels to Garlemald, ruin and ash at every turn. Can't imagine why you or anyone else would feign interest in our troubles, but if you insist, you'll find a great many of the people here were in the military at one time or another, some retiring with honors and others without. Sadly, I'm one of the latter. Bore one too many scars in battle. Even so, my contributions were enough to warrant leave to move to Locus Ammonius. It was a land of warmth and bounty. The Corvosi rebellion, admittedly, proved troublesome for a time, but it didn't take long for the Second Legion to quell their uprising. You could practically drown in the calm and quiet. And then one day the skies came alive with flame. We were overrun by all manner of foul beasts born of our brothers and sisters. The Second Legion barely had time to assemble their forces before they were overrun and snuffed out. We barely escaped with our lives. But we were greeted only with more wrack and ruin on our arrival here, and we've not the strength to take our home back from a Kovorsi a second time. There is nothing left for us anywhere. Oh, no, you're stuck in the chocobo. Because people don't know how to put their chickens away. Did you learn aught of how they came to be in such dire straits? I see. I have heard much of the same. The military forces of Locus Ammonius were defeated in the wake of the final days. Desperate to survive, they naturally fled to Garlemald, seeking sanctuary. It was their hope the might of the Empire would allow them to reclaim the home they were forced to abandon, but the capital was already in ruin when they arrived. Needless to say, the lands they have long believed to be ancestral home of the Garlean people may remain forever lost to them. Those unfamiliar with history would believe they have always resided in the bitter cold climes of northern Ilsabard, but that was only after the Kovorsi invaded 800 years prior. With the advent of Magitech, I imagine it was all too easy for Emperor Solus to rally his people and take back what they believed to be rightfully theirs. Yet history would tell us true. The land they call Locus Ammonius has been known by other names and served as home to Myrid peoples. Indeed, one only need look back on the Allagan's reign in the Third Astral Era to give lie to the Garlean claims of sovereignty. Yet even had they such ancestral ties to Locus Ammonius, antecedents cannot justify their animosity to foreign peoples. I don't think that's true. Unless we are turning this story to make fucking the Garleans look worse, but it was in the not Ilsabard, the Dalmatian raid series, Ivalice raid series, that the Garlean people originally came from the Dalmatian lands. And then there was a great catastrophe, and they went to what is now known as Corvus. And then they were removed from Corvus, and that has been the lore for a very, very long time. If that is no longer the case, I will not be overly pleased. Animosity poorly veiled by delusions of justice, as has been the case for so many nations throughout history. Would that man had the sense and strength of will to break free from such chains of hatred. Help! Somebody help! They've turned! Another monster. Quickly, Kasasagi, we haven't a moment to lose. One of my mates seemed unwell, so I thought I'd come over to look in on him. The next thing I knew, no one appears to be injured. Did he not attack? He just walked off in the direction of the tower, in a daze, as if it was calling to him. He could not have gone far. If you would go after him, I would remain here and see that all are accounted for. Ooh, my diamond dragon. I don't see this one very often. And I got it so late. Oops. The beast is slain then, thank the heavens. For a blessing no others have turned, and a massacre of calm, and a measure of calm has been restored, if only for the moment. Witnesses were able to offer a clue as to the source of the transformation. They claim the afflicted was listening to this radio. Even now it continues to play the same cryptic message. Ooh. Empire, no more. Never again. Rise, ashes. Though distorted by radio static, you can hear the voice saying the Empire is no more, never again shall it rise from the ashes. But how is this possible? There are no facilities left standing that could possibly deliver a broadcast. The last time this happened, the signal came from the Tower of Babel. Be that as it may, Amina is no more, and the Tower of Babel has fallen into disrepair, by your hand no less, which begs the question of who, or perhaps what, could be behind this. Kasasagi, Master Fortuno, a moment, if you would. Hello, Emmerich. Shortly after we finished our inquiry at Liminal Station 4, Lord Emmerich and Admiral Merweb arrived and requested an audience. Apologies for our late arrival. Knowing firsthand the devastation of which blasphemies are capable, I discussed the matter with the Admiral, and we were of one mind that the situation warranted our immediate presence. Is it safe to presume a representative of the survey team has already arrived? Indeed I have. Thank you for coming all this way on such short notice. Recent events here at the camp have proved most enlightening. And this is the aforementioned radio. Empire no more. Never again. Rise, ashes. A harsh reminder of their misfortune, sufficient to push some wayward few over the edge, it would seem. Yet there still remains the question of who is sending this message and from where. Glory, everlasting, Garlemald. For glory everlasting, for Garlemald. No, it couldn't be. You recognize this message? A mantra often spoken by Lord Nerva. Anyone who lived in the provinces under his authority could scarcely forget those words. God damn it, they took them from me before I could He saw claim to the throne after the assassination of Emperor Varus, did he not? After civil war broke out, he all but disappeared according to the intelligence we managed to gather. How could he have managed to breach the tower undetected? To have done so and remain unnoticed by the creatures infesting the tower seems a nigh impossible task. Unless... Do you think the voice on the... Oh, please. Do you think the voice on the radio is Nerva? In a matter of speaking, yes. Not as the man he once... No! Come on! Not as the man he once was, but as a blasphemy. Robbed of the throne and forced to watch the empire he longed to command crumble before his very eyes. If such a loss did not drive him to the same fate as Quintus, the despair he felt no doubt overcame and turned him. Nervous delusions of grandeur aside, the Garlean's plight sounds not unlike the Sahagan, desperate to preserve their spawning grounds. Indeed, the unscrupulous by any measure, the Garleans found solidarity in their ideology, as did the people of Ishgard and the Church. Adrift without home or purpose, it is all too easy for despair to take hold. Would that a remedy were as simple as offering them land as we did the Sahagan. In all likelihood, the Garleans would refuse to settle for aught less than what they believed to be their ancestral homeland of Locus Ammonius, a claim the Korosi would readily take arms to denounce. We would do well not to further fan the flames of animosity twixt them. Then perhaps, at the very least, we can offer them peace of mind, and a means to gain some semblance of stability in their lives. To offer them true comfort and stability, Garlemald must be rebuilt. By no means an easy solution, but perhaps one worthy of pursuit. Of course, this new Garlemald must remain a sovereign nation, free from the oversight of others. Aye, they would see no meaning in it otherwise. If I'm not mistaken, Alphino and Alize have made great strides in helping the people here regain some normalcy into their day-to-day living. A most important first step, but it will mean little without proper leadership. Rather than a single individual, perhaps a governing body of sorts would prove more effective. There are a number of former Senate members among the refugees of Camp Broken Glass, as I recall. With their help, recreating the framework for a new governance is not an impossibility. Then let us call the people together and see what they make of our proposal. Nura is only the grandson. There is still Titus about. The final days have taken much from you all. I can but imagine the pain you feel in the face of such immeasurable loss. And though the final days have been averted, its effects yet linger, and a blasphemy has been born of your suffering. Decisive action must be taken before further harm is wrought upon you. To overcome such adversity is too great a task for any one person, but as a people united, there may be yet hope for the morrow. While it is not our place to decide how you will move forward, we will, however, offer a small measure of guidance. We were told a number of former members of your Senate yet remain among you. Would you be amenable to an interim government led by these individuals until such time as Garlemald can be rebuilt? Rebuild Garlemald? Is such a thing truly possible? Even if we do cobble together some governing council, they won't be making anything but a pile of ash. Making anything of that pile of ash we dare call Garlemald. There's no going back to Locus Ammonius either. Rack and ruin, those are our only options. I realize to rebuild Garlemald is a seemingly impossible task, but you needn't undertake it all alone. My children are working with members of the First Legion as we speak to begin an organized relief effort, and there are others from the provinces no doubt willing to lend their expertise. You need but ask, not as would-be conquerors, but as brothers and sisters of the Star, and others will heed your call. If you should see no merit in rebuilding of Garlemald, then I would instead offer you residency in Charlemald. I promise you will be welcomed with open arms. I don't think you can promise that. Charlotte, so now you expect us to go and lick boots in some country we've never even heard of. My apologies if I appeared overly forward in my proposition. Considering our strict policies of non-intervention until but recently, it is not surprising that you are unfamiliar with my homeland. It is an island nation to the north, a home of myriad peoples, which is why I believe it would not prove difficult to accommodate you and yours. To be clear, you would not be migrating to Charlian to live in servitude. You have my word that each and every one of you would be guaranteed citizenship upon entry. And why exactly would you go to such lengths for us, for the conquerors you barely know? Charlian was long aware of the coming doom that would be the final days, and so we were preparing to evacuate this star, taking as many people and resources as our stores would allow. Initially, it was our intent to save the people of Garlemald as well, but we had not forgotten your transgressions invading Alamigo, your rejection for our entreaties for peace. After a great deal of deliberation, it was decided that we would forgo an invitation to Garlemald, a determination made with great trepidation. We had convinced ourselves that it was ultimately for the greater good, though I can think of at least one individual who would continue to protest. To ignore the plight of those who might conceivably save is not wisdom, it is indolence. Sage counsel I brazenly cast aside when confronted with the final days in earnest. Makasasagi here, and his companions. I don't think that's quite right. But Kasasagi here and her companions refused to forsake those we were otherwise unwilling to save. With great... As a fact, I think one of the first times I've ever caught like a little slip like that. Refused to forsake those we were otherwise unwilling to save. With great risk to themselves, they achieved the impossible and opened my eyes to the error of the Forum's decision. If all other roads lead to ruin regardless, perhaps we should at least consider it. I really want to rebuild Garlemald. I really want this. Then it would be my pleasure to invite you all to Camp Broken Glass, where you shall have warm food and beds both. Admiral Merwolf and I shall speak with Maxima and the others and consider how best to assist the Garleans moving forward. Should we broach the subject of blasphemy, however, we will not hesitate to call upon you. Whomst boots were those? Curious. Though visibly relieved the Garleans are safe, the hardness in Fortuno's eyes suggests your work is far from over. With the Garleans' hearts at ease, the likelihood of others turning has greatly diminished. That said, it is no cause for us to grow complacent. We must needs find a way to overcome the blasphemy's protective warding. If I understand correctly, a blasphemy's behavior is oftentimes influenced by the memories and emotions of their originator, in which case it would be prudent to learn more of the man who birthed this monstrosity. How fortuitous, then, that a number of soldiers from the 3rd Legion are in our custody. For our mercy, their tempering was not so severe as to be beyond our ability to heal them. They are presently being treated at Camp Broken Glass. Perhaps the camp's intelligence officer can tell you who among them knows aught of Nerva's whereabouts. Oh boy. I am very wary of this story now. The rewriting of history is my least favorite thing Endwalker has done, and it does it a lot. Now they've gone and killed Nerva. Just super frustrating. I see. Perhaps it's best if you speak with, Virgilia, Legatus of the 3rd Legion. Oh, hell yeah. She's still on the mend, but the Shurgans aren't to oppose a brief conversation, if you would wait here a moment. You're gonna drag her out of bed to talk to me in the snow? Okay. Do I get to see her face? Show me the wife. Hell yeah. She's softer looking than I thought she would be. Eorzea's champion, I presume, and one of her cohorts. What business have you with me? Ilsebard is faced with imminent crisis, and we believe the knowledge you bear may be the key to stopping it. Thus do we believe the blasphemy to be Nerva. His whereabouts in the wake of Garlemald's fall, or lack thereof, give credence to our theory. Lord Nerva. From what we have pieced together thus far, you were one of the last to see him alive. Please, will you not share with us what you know? Very well, though I suspect what meager knowledge I possess shall avail you not. I last spoke with Lord Nerva shortly after warring with the First Legion shortly after the warring with the First Legion began. Cloistered within the lower levels of the Sanctuarium Imperius, he spent the better part of the day listening attentively to the radio. He seemed hopeful, or perhaps desperate for news that the tide might turn in our favor. The next day, I left for the front line. It was there I heard a terrible noise, which I assumed came from the Tower of Babel. Then darkness took me, and I remember naught after that. I was told the radios protected those close to them from the effects of the tower, in which case Lord Nerva would have remained unaffected. But he has ever been devoted to Garlemald. For glory everlasting, he would say. To watch the empire he loves so dearly crumble, I can think of no one who would be more stricken by the sight. It seemed we were right to assume what became of Nerva. And it does not surprise me the beast would choose to make its nest within the Tower of Babel. It stands atop the remains of the Imperial Palace, and the throne he revered so highly. But the Empire is no more, and Lord Nerva, apparently, is no longer the man he once was. He deserves to be laid to rest, together with his dreams of glory. We will fell the beast, you have my word. Apologies for the interruption. Kane-sama has arrived, and we're ready to depart. 'Tis good to see you, Kasasagi, Master Fortuno. I have spoken with Lorenz of the ward protecting the blasphemy, and I am quite confident some manner of aether-based magic bars our path. If I may be so bold, Elder Seedseer, we reached the same conclusion initially, but that simply is not possible. These creatures born of the final days are devoid of aether. As such, they would be unable to produce such a barrier in a manner of which we are accustomed. Do you suppose it's possible they manipulated Diamus to achieve a similar effect? I too thought to dismiss the notion of a barrier fueled by aether. That is, until I stepped foot here in Garlemald. Even now I can sense streams of aether flowing towards the tower. Its purpose was, after all, to harvest reserves of energy sufficient to reach the moon. Even if one were incapable of manipulating aether directly, it stands to reason control of the tower would alleviate such a need. 'Tis merely conjecture, of course. I cannot say for certain until I have examined the currents with mine own eyes. Might I ask for you to accompany us? I would join you as well, if I may. My injuries would keep me from being of use in battle, but my knowledge of the land should serve just as well as my blade. I would not be opposed to your company, but it is not my decision to make. She may go, so long as she remains under watch by you and the others. Very good. Might I suggest we begin with Rago Ubanasmia? I sense the greatest confluence of aether in that vicinity. This has to be Nero, right? This is Nero's home. He is like pretty content. He does seem to have left that behind, but I don't know who else's red boots those would be, if not Nero's. Ooh. XP bonus. I heard word that Alden should be arriving before long. I can already picture him knocking his knees, muttering under his breath about the cold. I will never understand how anyone can grow accustomed to such cold climes. Part of me does not wish to believe this blasphemy is Lord Nova, that I failed to protect him, and yet I also don't want to believe it. I am sure it's just my imagination, but I can't help but feel we're being watched again. But it would seem I underestimated the resourcefulness of our adversary. As I thought, the Aether stream here flows toward the tower, as do all others in this region, no doubt. Can't see it, it's too foggy. The convergence first began when the Telofri erected spires in all corners of Eorzea due to to fuel the Tower of Babel. But once destroyed, the divergence of Aether should have ceased. Alright, whoever you are, if you've business with us, quit your skulking about in the shadows and speak your piece. Was you there in the tower, wasn't it? Nero? Yes! Thank God. My, you're sharper than you look. I recognize you. Nero, yes? Why are you following us? Who said I'm following you? Being a native of Garlemald, does it not stand to reason I might be inclined to come and see what has become of my home? I know that's not what you're scheming, but we've no time to entertain your games. Perhaps Master Garland would make better company for you. Spare me, I am a man of great ambition and greater intellect, far beyond the scope of anything Garland could hope to achieve. He still keeps his head in the clouds, while I set my sights to the stars beyond. Which is why you snuck into the tower, but like us, you couldn't get past the blasphemy to reach the transport. Well, yes, I was very much hoping you would dispense with that little obstacle. And having caught wind of your plans, curiosity compelled me to see if you were truly up to the task. Do you have reason to believe we are not? Or perhaps does the great genius Nero mean to dispense with the blasphemy himself? Far be it from me to steal your glory, having come all this way, but as I am feeling generous, I will tell you what I learned during my time in the Tower of Babel. I was able to access its systems, you see, and discovered one of those dreadful spires still seems to be active. Impossible. They all vanished when Anima was destroyed. Yes, and I've heard of your escapades reclaiming the remains of the Emperor. But obviously you failed to reclaim his entire body. As it stands, a piece remains powering a tower of Fabrica. Oh. I had been wondering about that for a long time. Because we went into the Tower of Zot, and you stole a saw and a human arm, I think, in it. And we never really talked about that again. But Fandaniel and Xenos chopped up Emperor Varys' body and put a piece of him in each of the towers so that they would all, like, coalesce back to the Primal. And I think that's pretty fucked up, actually. And I can see why they never elaborated on it. But they have just now told me what happened. Unless that was clear. It wasn't clear to me at the time. That's fucking gnarly. Ah, yes, the manufacturing district just north, so that's why That's what Nero's implying. When all those towers fell, they had to collect each piece of Varus. And they missed one, apparently. Yes, the manufacturing district just north of the erstwhile Imperial Palace. A rather impressive feat, considering how these lands are so utterly devoid of aether. Barely enough to sustain life, let alone the spire. But if one were to use Varus's remains to forcefully create a confluence of sorts... Precisely. And from what I've gleaned of the tower's systems, his heart serves as its core. Coursing not with blood, but your precious aether, and now Nerva has amassed a surfeit to shore up his defenses. How fortuitous he should find so perfect an impetus for his design, stolen from better minds than his own. How very like him. Oh, did I say that out loud? You'll forgive me if I fail to show concern for your ire. If what you say is true, these lands could never hope to recover from such a paucity of life energies. We must hurry and find Varus's heart, to both spare this land this wanton harvesting and deny the blasphemy the source of its protection. Are we to presume you have any intention of aiding us? As I said, I have no intention of stealing your glory, though I fear victory may soon slip through your fingers if you do not act quickly. The Tower of Babel was designed specifically for Anima to serve as its core. Nerva forcing himself upon the system has caused it to grow increasingly unstable. If my calculations are correct, and they always are, it will not be long before his presence triggers a system meltdown. The resulting explosion will destroy whatever tenuous streams of aether breathe life into the lands of Garlemald. But more importantly, we will lose our only means of reaching the moon. The heavens forever denied my genius. How so very unfortunate. In any event, 'twould seem in time is of the essence. It's all well and good, but even if we know which district to search, finding the heart will be like looking for a needle in a bloody haystack. Actually, I may know where we can start. It's all rather hazy, but I have vague recollections of my time serving Anima when I was enthralled. We were commanded to erect some manner of facility tucked away in the corner of Fabrica. I remember not what it was for, but it's as good a place as any to begin our search. Certainly sounds promising, but surely this facility will be heavily guarded. Then maybe it'd be for the best to divide our forces. If it's just the four of us, it shouldn't prove too difficult to sneak inside and find the heart. Meanwhile, our main force can stand ready to storm the Tower of Babel when the barrier gives out. Leave it to us. This is Levier. What? Very well, we shall return at once. A number of Garleans have left camp for the Tower of Babel. They have somehow misunderstood the threat of the tower and convinced themselves that Nerva has taken refuge there, still clinging to their ill-placed patriotism, no doubt. They could not have gone far. If we act quickly, perhaps they can be found before they come to harm. A wise man should not waste time on his few wayward refugees. I thought you Charlian scholars knew better. To ignore the plight of those one might conceivably save is not wisdom, sir. It is all the same to you, Kasasagi. I would join you. I will return to the camp and begin preparations for our assault on the tower. I suppose I should go as well. I think Nero cares about his homeland a lot and wants to make sure it's okay. Though I am unarmed, I promise not to be a burden. That said, it would behoove us to avoid any undue confrontations if possible. Now then, let us be off. Oh, you're my new buddy, eh? Can I ride him out without you? Oh, there he goes. Oh, you come back. Okay. Do you guys still do that floating thing, or if I jump off something too high, you also float? Ah, they fixed it. I do think I remember reading that in earlier patch notes, that they can no longer float. No trace of them here. Let us keep searching. Help, someone please. Did you hear that? It came from over there. Well, if he's gone, I'm just gonna fly. They are understandably shaken, but otherwise appear to be unharmed. You're the ones who came to speak with us before. We heard Lord Orva had returned and was assembling his forces in the tower, but... No, not Lord Nerva, too. Then there really is nothing left for us. I will not deny your situation is dire, but you are not without a path forward. I believe you have the passion and conviction you needed to rebuild Garlemald, if you so choose. Or failing that, you could begin life anew in Charlian. Rebuild Garlemald? No, there's no point to entertaining such a lofty dream, and we would rather sooner die than suffer life under the rule of another. You would sooner seek death than sanctuary. Your resolve is admirable, but sorely misplaced. If you would not see Garlemald rise from the snow and ashes here in Ilsebad, might you consider venturing onto a new frontier? A new frontier? Where exactly is their land ripe for exploration? The moon. Fucking Christ. There, on the moon. It is our goal to create a repository of man's knowledge free from the jurisdiction of any nation. As I understand, the magitech and technological advancements of Garlemald were without peer. Your expertise would be indispensable in the endeavor, should you be willing, of course. You really expect us to go and live on the bloody moon? Is even such a thing possible? Have you a better alternative? I hope Nero becomes king of the moon. If the Garlemald story is going so awry, then I hope we make Nero king of the moon. Lest you forget, Garlemald did not rise to grandeur from complacency in the presence of rumination in the past. We live for the future. It is in our blood. Life is not without its hardships, of course. Even I have met with the occasional stumbling block. But even should I stumble, my eyes are forever fixed skyward, seeking ever greater heights. The Empire may be lost, but I still possess a great deal of knowledge gained from it, and a desire to seek more. The very notion of exploring the moon is an unprecedented prospect. That you would balk at the proposition boggles the mind. Consider this. You have heard that the beasts of the final days are born of those hapless souls that have given up on everything, yes? If that is indeed the case, can you tell me why you still stand before me? Because deep down you believe your life is yet worth living. Deep down you long to reach for the unreachable. perhaps you don't. If you choose to lay down and die here in the snow, that's none of my concern. Reach for the unreachable? That sounds like something I would have said back at the academy. Alright, we'll go. Putting the garlands on the fucking moon! I suppose it's better than dying here in the snow, as you so grimly put it. They would rather go to the moon. Though we must first dispense with the blasphemy that commands the tower. It's hard to believe Lord Nerva, of all people, could be turned into one of those monsters. Please, you must stop him. Put his soul to rest. Thank you, and sorry for causing all this trouble. Thank you for the rousing call to action, but I thought you had no interest in meddling in our affairs. Lest you misunderstand, I abhor the idea of my countrymen blindly following nobles they know next to nothing about. Besides, it would be a most piteous sight for not a single Garlean to be among those venturing to the moon. Who else am I to prevail upon learning my new findings up there? Give me that spell. I don't know if I need it. I thought we were going to rebuild Garlemald, and we had 2 prospective princes to do it with. But we're actually just going to put everyone on the moon. That makes me angry. I told myself I would not get overly involved, and yet here I am. Bolshano is eager to regroup and make ready for battle. From what Nero has told us, time is now a luxury we can ill afford. Let us return to Camp Broken Glass, if only for the moment. The others are no doubt finishing their preparations for battle. Titus still exists, though. He definitely didn't die. Because he was in contact with the 10th Legion or something. No, the 1st was in contact with the 10th Legion. I should hope the other's absence means all proceeds apace. Good, you're here. With the recent arrivals of reinforcements, our preparations are all but complete. Lord Hyan, you are actually not dressed for the snow. Apologies for our lateness. It seems we are at least in time to help deliver the crushing blow. Aye, and if the fates are kind, this will be the last we see of these damnable blasphemies. Commander Alden, Lord Hyan, thank you both for coming. Yes, of course, understood. Lawrence and the others have reclaimed Varys' heart. The barrier protecting the blasphemy should soon dissipate. And the time has come at last to storm the Tower of Babel again. Admiral Melrub and Lord Emmerich await our arrival at its base. Then we should be about it, eh? I suppose this is as good an opportunity as any to keep my hammer from rusting over. Yes, put on your fancy armor, my boy. I will accompany you as well. As the Forum's representative and a member of the survey team, I feel it my responsibility to see this through to the end. I didn't take you for the fighting type. Are you gonna be a sage? Are you gonna sage it up? Despite appearances, I am no stranger to the battlefield. Indeed, I have seen my fair share, traveling the world in service to the Forum. Though I may not be the equal of Elfino or Alize, we shall not find ourselves wanting. I can promise you that much. I bet she'll heal me better than Elfino does, though. When you have all finished your preparations, we shall reconvene at the Insulendium. Oh, yeah. Stuck in the TV. Oh, and I pressed the little screen to fly forward. That's really cute. How fitting that the little level checker comes out when Nero's running around. Nero's gonna go live on the moon. It's so stupid. The Garlemald story was so good. Everything these role quest touches absolutely withers and dies. All are present and accounted for. Shall we proceed? Your progress through the battle will be saved at certain points. In the event you are defeated, you will be able to try again from the most recent of these. Please note that if you enter battles associated with other quests or log out from the game, this progress will be lost. Oh, they're not gonna sync me. They're not gonna eye level sync me either. That's very good. Our objective is simple. Locate and eliminate the blasphemy, Nerva. Though the barrier guarding him is no more, a number of beasts will surely block the way at the auxiliary sector. We are running out of time. Off to a smashing start, I see. It seems the tower will reach its limit sooner than I anticipated. If we are to save the transporter, we must hurry and find Nerva. Now. I do like that it's all the leaders. That's pretty neat. It should go without saying, but stay on your guard. There was quite the menagerie of horrors when last I was here. There's a lot of tanks in this party, and I expect to be tanked for. Milwarb and I shall hold them off. Press on, my friend.
The path has been revealed. The winds favor us.
Oh my god, we're leaving the white mage behind. And instead, 1, 2, 3 tanks. Oh, the sage and the samurai.
Down with you!
I think Fortuna will probably stay with us. We seem to be in this together. Oh, no point in that. Swift casting anymore. I gotta break that habit. Not blown Phoenix. Emmerich says you shall hold the line. When you see an opening, take it and do not look back. Oh no, Emmerich! Would you like me to start the boss fight, boys? I swear to God, do not stand on me. You absolute clowns. Why did the helmet not go? There we go. I'll only get 5. I had to recharge something. Can't tell you how much this wasn't something like a problem. Please, hard finger. That's not good.
Tizona! Enough!
It's not the last of them. Of course not. We can't afford for them to impede our advance any further. Commander Alden, let us hold them here. Master Fortuno, take the others and go quickly. Understood. It's just been repeats of things we've seen before. Leave. Leave now. Garlemald is mine. Mine! Hello, tanks? Oh, it's still going. That's a long-lasting speed. When I actively walked in here. Please help me. Thank you for the rescue. This is gonna be bad. Can't hit shit. Six? Nice. Don't know what this should be. You fuckers. Are you fucking kidding me? They both stood on top of me. I should have killed them all just to prove a point. This is going to be an enhanced check. Okay. Or it's not an enhanced check. Now what happens? I threw Phoenix up. Right as my Phoenix landed. Did you die? One, two, three, for glory, everlasting indeed. Is it over? Has the danger passed? By a hair's breadth, perhaps, but yes, I'd say we've managed to avoid a fiery ruin. Our path to the moon is open once more. The duty of Charlian has ever been to chart the course of history, not to change it. Thus did we fervently hold to our policies of neutrality and non-intervention. In truth, it was all in service to our plans of Exodius, to abandon this star to its ruinous fate. Harsh though it may sound, I still believed it was ultimately for the greater good. Thanks to you and your comrades, however, it was the fate that did not come to pass. Charlian will now find a new way forward, not merely for the preservation of knowledge, but for the betterment of the star and all who call it home. I believe I speak for all of the Forum when I say it would be an honor and a privilege to work towards such a goal alongside the allied nations. Aye, an age of true and everlasting peace is finally within our grasp, and we will seize it together. As much as I would enjoy a riveting conversation with Eorzeus champion, I really must make ready for the moon. Now, if you excuse me. So fucking rude. 'Tis a relief to know we've no longer a need for battle. Despite my experience, I must confess I am ill-suited to it. The allied nation leaders, meanwhile, demonstrated an aptitude for combat far above what I might expect from diplomatic figures. And you, my friend, I see now why you are so well regarded as Eorzeus champion. The others have already begun the arduous journey home, but before you go, I would offer a word of thanks to the both of you. If it is not for your timely assistance, our plans would be forfeit, and the lands of Ilsabard forever defiled by the blasphemy. Please, I've no need for your platitudes. I labor only to further my own ends, nothing more. We heard the news. Thank you for everything. With Lord Nerva laid to rest, we have a peace of mind to move on without regret. There you are. Now what's all this I've heard about you cleaning out the Tower of Babel? Are we finally ready to return to the moon? What fortuitous timing. Allow me to introduce you to Livingway of the Loperids, Moon Dweller and Overseer of the Survey Team. Livingway, these good people will be the moon's first residents. I trust you and the other Loperids will take good care of them. Pleased to meet you. Residents? Oh no. I mean, oh yes, splendid! After many long years of planning and preparation, the moon is absolutely, most definitely ready to accommodate your stay. Glad to hear it, and apologies for the delay. I must confer with Lawrence and see to our final preparations, but your residents-to-be and the survey team shall be along ere long. Might I trouble you to relay word of our success to Sherbert and Razat Han? I should think the tidings all the more heartening coming from you. Until next we meet. Wait, you're not leaving for the moon without me? I think I can just teleport to Razat Han, actually. So it's true then. The blasphemy in Garlemald has been struck down. They were right to call on you, it seems. And with no other outstanding reports of blasphemy sightings, I dare say you've slain the last of them. Perhaps now we can finally start to put the final days behind us. Strange that may sound. On behalf of my fellow delegates and the Radiant Host, I extend to you our humblest thanks. I hope when next I call you, it will be under more fortuitous circumstances. I was really hurting for direct hits. How many of these do I have? No, I have three. No, I'm sorry. 690. Okay, so let me grab the direct hits. I don't know if my gear is going to change at all. Eesh. This quest line was bad. Okay. Now all that is left to do is the 24-man raid, but I actually don't know where we are with that, so let me check. Okay, it looks like we have a couple of hours before we can actually do. I have to double check, but it looks like I might be able to take a small break before anything else happens. Let me ping. Okay, so 11 EST is when we are reconvening to do the 24-man, and we'll have a bunch of the static members and friends and whatnot. I have to let a couple people know that that's what we're going to go do it. So it sounds like a plan. I can take a break. I can eat pizza without having to scarf it down in between cutscenes. I can have a drink because I'm dying. I've been doing nothing but talking. I'll have to do some more talking in 2 hours. Alright, but thank you so much for being here. I am not quite done. I will be back in 2 hours for 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock. Yes, I'll be back in 2 hours to do the 24-man raid, so that will probably, it'll either be real quick or we'll be at it for a while. It can be very hit or miss. If the raids are anything like Evilise, we might be here a while, but I am greatly looking forward to it. Thank you so much for being here. I hope to see you very, very soon. Otherwise, I will be back tomorrow with more Xenoblade Chronicles. I think we'll be finishing up that game. We're getting very close to finishing up that game. Friday, we'll be starting Final Fantasy V, and on Saturday and Sunday, we'll be doing Dark Souls 2. So I hope to see you there for all of that. Have a very wonderful evening, and I will see you in just a couple of hours. Goodbye!